Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'd like to welcome you to TopstepTV, where there's lots of energy. Yes, we're going to be bringing energy and education, knowledge, and some cool stuff for today. For opening call, congratulations. You're at the right place at the right time, and we've got an exciting, informative, and educational program for you today. Throughout this week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and even that fortune cookie that says the fortune you seek is right in front of your nose. So, let's, without further ado, let's bring on our big brother, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. John, good morning, my brother.
Good morning, and thank you, Eddie, our wonderful host. It's great to see you this morning. How you feeling?
I'm feeling with my fingers. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling the same way, and getting ready for the trading day today, trying to feel like I'm prepared. And that's the goal here on the opening call is, we're always trying to focus on seeking accurate context, which sometimes is not that easy. Always thinking about risk management and patience. Looking forward to the trading day today, as always.
Of course. And this, let me ask you, checklist ready?
Booster. Go. Retro. Go. Vital.
We go fly.
Guidance.
Guidance go.
Okay, good. Game plan ready? Yeah, ready?
Surgeon.
Go fly.
Ecom.
Okay.
Go fly.
GNC.
We're go.
Telmuse.
Go.
Control.
Go fly.
Okay, I think we're ready today, right?
Go.
Ready to go. All right, well, let's get to the news here. Global stocks steady today as investors risk-lifted equities and commodities all through this cautious trading, given that the war in the Middle East is looming, and we got a make or break data outlook for U.S. interest rates. Also, the dollar rose today after briefly falling to a 1-month low that was due to a drop in U.S. yield bonds as the weak economic data was sent through. If you checked out, seeing that the euro was sliding pretty deep. Survey showed that the Eurozone business activity took a surprise turn for the worst in a month. Oil recovery. We're seeing some of that today. From the previous day losses, market worried that the Israeli-Hamas war could escalate, so we're always watching that also. But Johnny, what do you got?
Well, always going to be talking about the economic numbers. And of course, Monday we didn't really have a lot of economic numbers. We don't have anything really huge today, although at 8:45 Central, we do have the PMI manufacturing and service preliminary numbers for October. So we'll keep an eye on that. They are expected to represent a slight economic slowdown. So we'll see how that gets treated by rates as well as stocks. There's also at noon today a 2-year note auction, but more of the story I think today is, of course, going to be the earnings. Lots and lots. In an industry term, we call it oodles of earnings. Already out this morning, Coca-Cola beating Novartis, missing on revenues. Verizon, GE, GM, all beating in both categories. And ADM, Archer Daniels Midland, big food company, beating on earnings per share, but missing on revenues after the close today. Well, of course, we're all well aware. We have Microsoft, Alphabet, Visa, and Texas Instruments heavy on the tech sector for the releases after the close today. A lot of tech sector earnings out this week. And of course, we'll keep us all abreast of when those are coming out and what dates and all of those. So, it's maybe a little bit of hurry up and wait in the tech sector today. We do have that PMI information coming out again. That's at 8:45, 15 minutes after the equity open. And so a lot of, speculation as to how the earnings are going to be for some of these big, huge tech companies. And as always, we ask you to pray for peace. Everybody pray for peace.
Yes, pray for peace. Well, if you are in Bitcoin, it's a good day for you coming in here today. Bitcoin had a gain of 10.2% with another 5% up. It's touching 35,198. That's the highest since May 1942. Gosh, what was Bitcoin in 1942? Like a penny? May 2022. There you go. Gold prices, meanwhile, eased a bit today, of course, slipping to an ounce 660. That's 1,987.80. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Right now, it looks like it's sort of recovering a little bit. And bad news for pet lovers. The world's oldest dog died.
I heard about this.
You take a guess how old this dog was?
31 years old.
You got it. You got it. 31 years old. God bless that little puppy. Bobby of Portugal was the longest living pooch ever, according to Guinness World Records.
That's over 200 in human years, right?
Yeah, somebody pooping my pants. Poor dog.
Crazy.
I think it's over 200 in dog years, Hogue.
Yeah,
yeah.
Unless that dog's been up since, the 1800s or something.
Right. Yeah, it's 200 in dog years. You're right. Thank you.
Dog was a freaking vampire. Okay. All right, let's get to our charts. Energy. All right.
Yep.
Johnny, what do you got in the charts for us today?
Okay, well, starting off with the volatility index, the VIX, back down below 20 today, down about 3% last I looked. The dollar index still holding right now back above 106.02, up a little bit right now, and the yield on the 10-year back below 5%, 4.85%. So looking at the daily chart in the S&Ps, man, yesterday, it was at such a kind of a pivotal level with that weekly kickoff level, the late spike on Friday. There was some really good information and opportunities. Didn't work out well for me, but hopefully it worked out well for you. The daily volume yesterday on this push to the downside was a little bit lower. We did manage to add about 7,100 in open interest on this push to the downside. But when we look at this daily chart, volume slowed. Open interest came in. Did we trap a bunch of shorts down here yesterday is really my question. On the daily chart, we have an excess low below an important inflection level, that 42.40 weekly kickoff low. So if you look at this, to me, balance rules still apply. We rejected below that 42.40 level. So now, I mean, the real rotation, the expected rotation could be back up near weekly kickoff high. I don't know if that's going to happen. A lot of uncertainties out there. And of course, as we always say here, ACH, anything can happen. With that excess left below the low, that's going to kind of increase the pivotal effect of that weekly kickoff low, even into last week's low. I mean, it's only $3.50. That's what is that for? Say 14 tick difference, last week's low and weekly kickoff low. So we'll certainly be keeping an eye on things there. But that excess left at the low, what did the 30-minute do yesterday? So yesterday was we left the opening range at the high of the session. We drove pretty quickly to the downside on really strong delta. It's what keep me from from trying to barrel into shorts down here. When we took out the overnight low, that was a really good opportunity to even look for a short time frame long. If we take out the overnight low and we come back in, usually there's a pretty good pushback to the upside. And boy, it certainly was a good pushback to the upside. The base of the late spike, if we remember, was right up here around 42.54, 53.50, I think it was. And it was resistant at first, but it ended up breaking out, going back into value, and then finishing the value area special situation play. So the market did accept pricing at lower pricing. Value moved lower. It was an overlapping to lower range, overlapping to lower value. It just didn't take the direct route. So the market came back in value, reaccepted value, traded to the other extreme of value from Friday before turning around and heading back towards weekly kickoff low. We closed above it, no real acceptance below it. And look at the excess on the profile yesterday. So we have excess on the 30-minute. We have excess on the daily chart below this level. We traded right back to it, found some support. We haven't been able to trade back below it. Overnight inventory is a little bit to the long side. and we're opening in range and in value. It's a normal variation day yesterday, extreme with an excess low and a low excess high. There's only 2 TPOs above the high here. So a low excess high, high excess low, opening in range and value suggests to try and stay patient. And the normal variation extreme day, is this market going to go seeking new levels, or is it going to chill out waiting for the information at 8:45 or earnings after the close? Remember, we have the GDP, the second preliminary guess. It's third quarter GDP on Thursday. Markets may be kind of focusing a little bit on that as well. So we'll see what the opportunities offer us. Looking kind of like the market may be ready to change a little bit of market state from downside to upside. I want to see this market take out that high and seek prices a little higher if we're going to be getting confirmation of the excess low on the daily chart and the 30-minute chart. The NASDAQ looks very much the same. They're very similar right now. Here's the daily chart. So we added 4,000 in open interest. We actually managed to close a little bit higher, but on lower volume. We have the excess low on the daily chart. And we tested and rejected below that important inflection level weekly kickoff low, 14,610. It's been 14,610 for 4 straight weeks. This has been our weekly kickoff low. We took a look below it yesterday. We rejected. We have excess on the daily chart on yesterday's bar. All right, here's the 30. So what did we do yesterday? We didn't have a late spike. We did, however, open outside of range and value. We have an excess low on the daily, on the 30-minute chart, and on the profile. We came back into reaccepted value, traded through value, looked higher, and then came back inside value. The difference here in the NASDAQ is the value area from yesterday is outside the previous day's value, indicating volatility increasing, and the market was unable to bring value lower. Excess low, low excess high, value outside or maybe even overlapping to higher the value from yesterday, indicating the market is struggling to the downside. So while yesterday we opened below the late spike in the S&P is leading me to believe that the market was accepting lower pricing, the rejection below weekly kickoff low and the completion of the value area special situation play changes that idea a little bit. Now, we talk about hypotheses. My hypothesis number one for the S&Ps was to open below the late spike and drive lower. It did not happen. We saw some delta information that kept us from trying to get short in the hole down there. We tried to short at the base of the late spike. Again, this is the S&Ps we're talking about. That didn't play out. I said, well, if we reaccept inside value, we're going to probably trade to the other side. At that point, I was pretty much done. So we did not take advantage of that. Even Deanna was saying, yeah, if we get back inside value, we can see this market move higher, which it actually eventually did. So overnight inventory, is there any, maybe a little bit long, but the market is inside range, inside value, suggesting the ability to stay patient. And the profile in the NASDAQ yesterday ended up being a normal variation extreme day. Our point of control is relatively high in the profile, indicating potential change. Again, we're waiting for information at 8:45 and a lot of earnings. And a lot of those earnings are going to be highly impactful to the NASDAQ. So we're going to try, I guess, make a little money today and stay patient, see if we have some bigger moves. Unfortunately, those big earnings are coming out after the close, so we'll have to see what kind of opportunities we get moving through time with that information. Now to the crude oil.
Crude. For those that are new, you see the watermark behind his candlesticks. It's going to tell you what market we're on. CL got crude, and he's looking at the daily. 1D is the daily.
Thanks, Eddie. Yep. So we always like to start, except for Mondays, we start on the weekly, but the rest of the week we start on the daily. We get a bigger picture, and then we ring down to the 30-minute charts. So what happened on this pullback? Well, volume slowed, and we lost open interest. Some of that open interest is still the November contract, which has expired, but is still being, resolved by delivery, acceptance, or cash settling. So we lost open interest on this pullback. We have been losing volume on pullbacks, losing open interest. Yesterday was more of a liquidation event than anything else. We are very close to testing that weekly kickoff low, which is $85. Settlement was $85.49. I don't know why it's not showing on this, but we'll get that on there for us. $85.49. Weekly kickoff low, obviously, probably going to be in play for us today. Now, we got the 50 session just below it. We got last week's low just below that. I mean, it's a pretty big range, $85 to $84.39. With that 50 session moving average just below it. So if I'm going to be looking for opportunities off of the weekly kickoff level, I want to let the market come through it, see what kind of activity it brings in. If it looks like it's bringing activity, we can sell a pullback towards the weekly kickoff low. If we reject it, then we're looking for the market to rotate back higher in the kind of short time frame area of balance that we're currently in. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. So double distribution trend day. Oh, do we have any overnight inventory? We may be getting a little bit short now. Market has opened. It has rejected range and value, at least for now, possibly running for a test of that weekly kickoff low. There is a naked point of control that is very close to that level that was almost tested in the overnight session. So we look for some opportunities down here. This visual of the naked point of control is very close to the weekly kickoff low, which is $85. Maybe some decent opportunity for us here. Right now, the market rejecting value from yesterday. Was a double distribution trend day to the downside yesterday, where we balanced. We have not traded back into the low volume area between those areas of balance, decreasing the possibility of potential repair today. So we'll see if we can find some opportunities down here near this, this important inflection level. I mean, it's a naked point of control. The low here. We tested down to this low. Look for some opportunities down there around $85. And then, Eddie, let's take a look at gold.
Gold right now.
Gold, Eddie's market, gold. So, volume slowed yesterday on a pullback off that Friday high, which is very close to the weekly kickoff high. Very indecisive bar yesterday. You got pretty much a doji right here, and that indicates kind of a lack of direction. Market seeking new business. I mean, we are seeing the dollar, kind of coming off the overnight lows. We're back above 106 now, 106.04. So the dollar looking relatively strong, at least at this point. So we're seeing a little bit more of a pullback here this morning.
John, if you can you go left? Do we got a triple top there? Triple top. Now, I know if we go left on the daily, I know we've got two there. Almost we got the double top there right now.
Yeah, when we broke out to the upside, there were really two swing highs that I was focusing on, and this swing high has a lot to do with where weekly kickoff high is. This swing high and this swing high were targets. We got both of them with relative ease. This one, the market has struggled a little bit. So we got one here, So more of a double top up there, I would say.
Okay. I mean, we're seeing a bigger tug of war here. In these last 2 weeks since the Hamas and
Right.
Israel.
Yeah. And markets, the markets don't like indecision, which means they like gold.
Right.
Right. All right. Okay. So let's take a look at the 30 now, Eddie. Look at all the weak structure down below. So here was our move on Friday. Yesterday, very narrow range, very non-directional. Opening range looks like it was the high of the session. It was relatively close to it anyway. But the market rotated lower, just rotated all day long. Like the daily bar says, it really just didn't move much. Very indecisive day yesterday on lower volume. We did add 3,700 in open interest. However, difficult to know what direction that was. But when we look at what we're dealing with this morning, we've got overnight inventory pretty deeply to the short side. A lot of overnight shorts in this. So if they don't get what they're looking for, and that's continuation to the downside relatively quickly, we could see a move back into the range from yesterday, perhaps to where the market opened last night, which was really right around here, 1984, George Orwell movie, book that I'm sure we're all familiar with.
Yeah.
And so we've got a gap. If we can't close the gap relatively early, I'm still looking at this market as a market that I'm going to be looking for opportunities for shorts. I mean, there's nothing really that gives us any information here. It was an excess high. It was an excess low on the profile yesterday, normal variation trading day. It makes sense that we're opening outside of range and value. When you have a normal trading day or a normal variation neutral day, the market has a tendency to look for new levels to facilitate trade, which is the market's job. Let's take our deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, and creative, and centered in your trading today. And we'll look forward to seeing what opportunities these markets offer us on Fast Market.
Fast Market. Speaking of Fast Market, we got Andre in the green room. I'll get one of our interns to get him ready for Fast Market. Also today, we've got a power player. John's going to be talking with John and John. John London's going to be with us. Jack is back. Give it up. We're going to have our quiz here at 11:45, and then I will be joining Coach Paul at high noon today. Remember, these are Central Time, Chicago times. Right now, it's 8:23 here in Chicago. Coach Paul and myself will be doing group coaching today, so lots going on here. We're going to take a quick break, but hey, just before we do leave, want to make sure that you do know that in about 20 minutes, we will be having our S&P Global PMI for October, and that's going to be a strong number. We'll see what happens there. But otherwise, John and myself are going to get some more coffee, and we'll be right back.
Get yourself some coffee.
All right, we're back as promised, and word on the street is Andre had coffee today.
I did have coffee today. I rarely drink coffee. For some reason, I was feeling it, and I'm a little bit wound up today, but I'm not going to let it bleed into my trading, but it will bleed into the conversation we have. So forgive me if I'm talking a little too fast, a little too fired up, but I'll rely on you guys to keep me in check when it comes to pulling the trigger.
Use it to your advantage.
That's right.
And give it to your focus. Let's focus that and use all that energy watching these markets. But welcome to Fast Market with John and, of course, Andre. And we're going to see if we got some opportunity today. As I mentioned before we left, we got PMI coming out here in about 17 minutes. So I'll be watching the wire. And what are you seeing here today, Andre?
Well, it looks like we got futures are up. I don't know if that's because we have yields retreating. I think we topped 5% yesterday, and we've seen it go down from there. It could be something like that. Earnings have been coming out strong. I know we have all the big boy earnings come out after the bell today. I know you guys touched on that in opening call. Alphabet, Visa, Microsoft, to name a few. So we'll see if maybe some whisper numbers get leaked out there throughout the day. We're going to stay nimble and not get married to our positions, because we always have to keep an eye out on what's happening in the Middle East. Of course, we're praying for peace. With that being said, we cannot ignore the headlines coming out of there, so we have to be agile, and we'll be looking for levels and low volume nodes, John, to get into.
Well, yeah, I mean, equities are opening in range and in value. So sometimes that means I can be patient and wait for the initial balance to establish itself before looking for opportunities. It's kind of a normal variation extreme day. And when it comes to the NASDAQ, we know we've got some big earnings coming out. 845, we've got that PMI number coming out.
Yep.
So, the things are lining up to say, let's be patient today. But whenever I say that, the opening range ends up being one extreme. Right. So if it's not too big, I'm planning on taking the opening range trade just to see what happens.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's get our ponies in the gates. All right. See what we got going here.
Okay.
Got about 30 seconds.
Yeah. I feel like most days, Hogue, you start with the patience thing. I have yet to hear you start an episode of this and be like, we're about to rip it up today.
Oh, yeah.
Jack, it's a new thing he's got going on, man. He's trying to just rip it up right out of the opening gates. It's fun.
Right. All right. Well, today, let's rip it up.
Yeah, let's do this, everybody. Hey, John, keep me in tune with your levels. I was watching the opening call. I didn't get a chance to write them down as I was prepping myself. So if we're coming up to what do you got upside in S&Ps and downside?
Well, our afternoon pullback low yesterday is basically 42.40.
Yeah,
that's weekly kickoff low.
All right, here we go.
Now we're on the open, in the opening range. Let's see what we've got.
And the same damn prices for the last week or so.
Used to love those mornings on the trading floor where somebody would have like a 500 lot MOO, market on open.
Market on the open.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
I got crude slipping deeper a little right now.
Crude slipping. We got yields.
Opening range is the high of the day in crude.
Okay.
I believe it was yesterday as well. I can tell you here. No, almost 4 ticks from the eye, the opening range in crude.
All right. Well, then noted.
$4, 450 opening range in the S&Ps, 24-point opening range in the NASDAQ.
Right. I'm still.
So there, we just looked out the high.
Yep.
We were long. My stop is going to be 66 points of risk. And I'm just taking this because if I don't, it'll work.
Hey, also, just a reminder to the viewers, we got tilt scrolling across the top of the screen right now.
Mm-hmm. It is accurate. I checked it.
So did I. Tilt is looking good. Essentially, what is tilt? Wow, good job, production. On the ball today. What is tilt? We're just giving you a free preview. It is a real-time snapshot of the sentiment/bias of all Topstep simulated traders. They all have an incentive to be right, of course, and we are there bringing it to you as a free preview. So enjoy it while it lasts. I'm sure it'll be available in the future, but we're just giving you a taste and telling you how lean is looking right now.
Yeah, they certainly do have a reason to succeed in these accounts. It's not 100%. Like they're random sim accounts.
100%.
Gives you an idea. What
you can do with it what you want.
Thought is
right. You can do with it what you want. We're not going to tell you one way or another. We're simply presenting that information to you, and you can come to your own conclusions. Test out trades based off of it. Trade around it. Trade with it. However you want. Maybe we all come to a consensus as to how we can utilize it the best. So
we're like dead even in the S&P's 50-50.
Yeah.
Sometimes the masses are correct and sometimes the masses are incorrect.
That is right. How's your head is coffee? I'm telling you, man, I never drink coffee, dude. I don't know why. It's cold out this morning.
Usually it's Red Bull, isn't it?
Usually it's actually black tea. Earl Grey is the go-to, but
black tea.
Little jolt this morning, and
yeah, Jolt Cola. How old is that?
Kids. Oh man, we were kids. I'd go run to the bodega or the convenience shop and get some Jolt to really wreak havoc on my parents back home.
We used to have Water Joe and Jolt. That was before Red Bull.
And Surge.
Jeez, all the crap they served us, man. All right, we're still upticking here. John, you're long?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, the NASDAQ took out the low of the opening range, but the S&P is holding at the high and currently in profit. So we got things heading in opposite directions right now.
Yep. Oh, yeah, welcome back, Jack, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, welcome back. The much needed and much earned deserved trip to the West Coast. We'll talk about that later, but it's good to hear your voice.
It is. Nowhere else I would rather be in the world than sitting in a cold room by myself.
Sort of like those prison days, right?
We're a long way from Napa, man.
I did my time.
Earl Grey Bergamot, you got it, Anthony. That's the good stuff. Some people put milk in their tea. I'm not quite there yet. All right, we're still upticking here.
Yep.
All right, Johnny's got a position on. Andre, I'm really not looking at gold here right now. I'm sort of trying to
I'm in profit.
Keep balance.
I'm in profit. I'm not used to this.
NASDAQ 75% long. S&P's 66%. So we're getting with it.
I was in it before. I was long before it was cool.
That makes you a hipster.
That's right.
You're a bull hipster.
All right, we got gold sort of pushing sellers right now, pushing pretty hard to the downside right now. 1972.80. Slight pullback.
Yeah.
We had a drop in gold, a huge drop in gold here earlier this morning. And I watched that, sort of fell through my fingers.
It is right to a naked point of control.
1964.70.
Coming off nicely now, though.
So what are you thinking right now, John? Talk us through the trade.
Through mine?
Or yeah, what you're thinking, what you're feeling, your emotions. Remember how you always do your
Well, the performance that I've been having lately, I'm doing more praying now than anything else.
Yeah.
Now, we took out the high of the overnight. I'm looking for the market to maintain price above that level.
Yeah.
So that high, the overnight high, 42.68 quarter. So I don't really want the market to come back and spend much time below that level.
Gotcha.
Kind of like what we did yesterday on the low.
Right.
We took out the overnight low.
And
We
just
couldn't
reverse the hell
hold
out of
there, and look what happened.
Yep. We just reversed the hell out of there.
Mm-hmm.
I like higher. Love it. Gotta take it easy. We got numbers or speakers today, Eddie?
8 in about 10 minutes here.
45.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, cool. See, we're on it today, folks. We're on it.
Yeah, the PMI, manufacturing and service preliminary. That's hard to say. I know, funny word.
Preliminary.
Preliminary.
Uh-oh. What was that?
I think I hear MP in the background.
Uh-oh.
I heard something. I recognize that chuckle from anywhere around
In
this
the
planet.
background.
He just
I like that.
He just popped into our room. I wasn't expecting it, so
Parachuting in from the top rope. With the people's elbow. He's gonna drop it.
Sneaking in with a ghillie suit.
All right.
Johnny, what levels do you have up here?
NASDAQ, you're thinking, right?
Oh shoot, there he is. Whoa.
Yeah, I'm thinking NASDAQ.
What up?
All right. So overnight high in the NASDAQ has not been breached. That is 14,825. 825 is the overnight high.
14,825. Hey guys, 14,798 is the average price of the longs right now. I think it's the average. Look at your tilt right now. 76%, 81%. We're right on our highs. I'm just going to get short one out of the gate. Whoops, that's till. Short from 14,812. Short from 14,812 even.
Yep.
This will be light and tight. It's out of the gate. 81%, guys. That's tilt. That's big time tilt.
Yes, it is.
So I'm short 2. I'm already up 10 handles. But this might be a light and tight one. Still 72% longs. Everybody's long from 140802. Hold on, 1402. 802.
You're right. You got it.
Yeah. So if this kind of goes past the 01s, there's your 10 handle, 10 handle move. So we're down here by the 01s there now. So we can get a sell off right here. You should see a pretty big one.
Michael, are you on the Lido deck right now? Where are you?
I'm on a position short 2 right now. I'm gonna get out. Still 70% long, guys. It was 81% on the tilt, and we pulled back pretty hard right when we came into that one. I'm on this is Punta Mita. I'm at a house out here. Right in the ocean.
You drank your coffee this morning too. I could tell. It's good to see.
No, I didn't, man. They don't have coffee here. I went to look.
Only tequila?
They do. Yeah, they're like, we're sending you a pot. I'm like, yes, a pot will be just fine. All right, so it's down at 02. So we have our 10 handles in the money right away on this one. But really with the 20 handles is like a move. That's usually where I have my target at.
Whippy.
But it's holding this ground. It's holding above the 8 evens, 14 8 evens. And the reason why I'm
good to have
saying
you
this,
back. Good to have you back. A lot of
He just kicks the door down, man. He comes back. All right.
Hey.
well, I saw this setting up, and I'm like, I want to jump in and trade with you guys.
Hey, just a heads up.
5 minutes remaining.
We got 5 minutes on a PMI October S&P Global.
I'm going to get out of this last one lot. Thanks, Eddie. I'm going to get out of this last one lot. I scratched the last one lot. I just, 8 ticks, 10 ticks on that one. But we're back up here at 75% tilt, NASDAQ.
A lot of folks are leaning on that overnight high in the NASDAQ.
Which one is that? The 25s? Yeah, the 25s would give those longs. Those longs are, average longs are 05s.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get short one more time. I got short one more time, just quick like. That gives them 20 handles into the money.
Right.
So anybody, the average longs are long from 06 now. Now, what I don't like about this, I'm going to get out now.
Six.
I don't like the fact it's ticking up.
It's definitely ticking up. And they're growing legs. I don't even know if you call this growing legs.
The average price now of the longs is 810. That means these longs are averaging up into this and getting long, which means you might see this run. So far, the tilt's getting paid because we're gonna have a whole week next week where I'm gonna be with these guys right now. We're gonna talk more tilt. We're gonna market all this tilt stuff's happening. Bring more folks in here to kind of learn about tilt.
Yep.
We're gonna be making this available to you all at some point here.
Johnny, you're still on?
Yeah.
I just short. I got short 33s, 2 lot. 14.8, 33 half.
NASDAQ definitely leaning harder than S&Ps.
So they're long from 13s. 14.8, 13 is where all the average of our big longs are. Everybody who's long is long from around there. All right, so I got 10 handles in the money pretty quickly.
I'm carving this shit up.
Just checking real quick. If you do not want a position on during this number, check, double check, triple check. Make sure you're.
Eddie, how many minutes? How many minutes is that? I got 2 lots.
3 here.
3 minutes here.
I'm going to take 1 off.
Nice.
I took 13 handles out of that one.
Do I hold into this or do I just let it go?
You could trade for scratch holding into it. I've seen that happen. I've seen that work out before. That's a low risk. You just got to risk slippage, right, Johnny?
Right.
All right, we're at 60% long bias right now. Still, we have the 813s, 14, 8, 13 as the average of all the longs. I'm going to get out because the 14s are averaging up and the numbers coming out. It just averaged up from 14, 8, 14, 14, 8, 15. So that means the longs are staying in this market.
They're getting
longer.
Yeah,
they're getting longer, higher. Thank you, guys. That's what we're trying to teach here too, because we're sharing now. We can start sharing a little bit more information as we get going.
Yep.
This will be tilt will be a little bit more exclusive to some folks than others.
Yes, but for now, we want everyone to see what it looks like, how it reacts, and what you can do with it.
Eddie, I'm up your favorite number right now. What is it?
69.
420.
How about 420?
69.
Hey, speaking of 420, I got a story. All the narcos folks down here are not in selling weed anymore. They're in legitimate business. They sell agave.
Really?
They buy agave farms.
Oh, they took that money and rolled it into tequila. Yeah.
Yeah. They must have saw George Clooney on his motorcycle on the Casa Vigo. Casa Vigo ad. It said, "I want to be just like George."
That's
yeah, I know, it's big time.
MP, I am very glad that's the direction that story took.
me too.
Oh yes, yeah, I know. I got a guy on the beach here.
No, come on.
No.
Oh, we're back.
All
folks.
right. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to follow Michael's idea here and move my stop to break even so I don't lose much and bring this into the number.
Where are you in at?
That's wise. Pad that
42.65.
65.50.
Pad that account.
Oh yeah, keep that going. Keep that. There. 14.80. Well, the longs are getting now
Inside a minute.
inside a minute. Okay, it's 50% tilt. 14.
Brooksy, you're right. Brooksy says they're going to come stop me out and then go.
Yeah.
Oh
Always
yeah,
have
Brooksy,
stop.
we've been there. I think we've all been there before.
Oh shit.
Don't you use that for the dark? Don't you use that for the Fed announcement?
Yeah, but it's fun.
It's fun. I know.
Get out.
Oh, it's the best for you see Powell start. Look at how thin it is getting, guys. You see Powell come walking up to the podium and Eddie's playing his song.
Wait, it's thin.
It is thin. This is the trading morning so far.
Don't move your stop to break even like this.
Okay,
If it was
coming
a Fed.
out at 50.
Exactly.
50.9. They were looking
All right, there's your stop.
49.8.
We're filled.
So
So
it
from,
is.
all right.
We're out. 65.50.
Those were the
No
shot.
slippage.
No slippage. There you go.
Slippage.
You had money in it. You had a stop right at scratch. You can play those games. Nothing wrong with playing that. It's where you have no stop, Johnny, and a number goes out. Yeah, that's the stupidity-o. Stupido.
Wait, so that number came out better than expected, correct?
Yes, it came out. They were expecting 49.8, coming out at 50.9. PMI.
I traded yesterday.
What the hell
Go
that
ahead.
is? It's a survey with 400 executives in private sector services. Survey covers transport, communication, financial, business and personal services, computing, hotels, and restaurants. So there you go.
Gotcha. Also, that number came out hotter than expected. Gotcha.
Yes,
Good news is bad news. Bad news.
Bad news. Gotcha.
Good news is bad news.
Bad news. Thank you. Thanks, team.
Just a reminder also today, we're going to have a 2-year note auction at high noon. And after the close, API for you crude traders, API weekly crude stock.
Good stuff.
Okay. Getting.
So it took out the low of the opening range. And I still like the long.
I still like the long too. I did too. I don't know if it's gonna do a quick flush out, get all the weak ones out.
Yeah.
And the blood
All the
started
weak longs.
in here. Looking like there's some liquidity down below.
What price? Like
Poll
Yeah.
here in our YouTube.
around
Are you long
58.
with Vogue or short with MP? Put your vote in.
Well, I'm flat now. We're flat now, so
Yeah, Roy, I traded. I was up 3,500 yesterday, but ended up the day up $55, 200 bucks, whatever. I think I had 80 aside, so 160 cars. So I probably lost $50. It was a scratch day, but I had 3,500 into the day. It was. I traded well in the afternoon. My wife's like, "Where'd you go?" She's on the beach. Swear to God. I went to my room. I'm just like this, do, and then I got up. And then I'm like, okay, I'm reading this well. And then I kept trading it. And then I got caught on a sell-off yesterday, which I gave it all back.
Yeah.
MP, you need to hire me as like your vacation consultant.
That's my wife. She's consulting so much that she put this one all together. We left on Thursday. We were in the Mandarina Hotel, which is a one and only hotel, which is in the jungle, really cool. And then we left that one, and Sunday we checked in here, and she wants to check out of here early and head back home tomorrow or today at 2, because we go to Moab for some like UTV thing with my kids' friends from school, because they do this once a year. And I'm like, dude, you packed this all into a week? With 3 kids going from Mexico to 2 hotels and then to Moab right when we land. It was just. Yes, but it's fall break. She's like, we had to do something for fall break. I'm like, yeah, that's something.
Yeah, duh, Michael. You gotta do something.
Oh, well, my bad. I love her. We're having a great time.
I want to get that long. Yeah.
All right, it's trading under the 800s, 14,800s. Johnny, you were long right around here ish.
yeah, we're back in the opening range. I was long at the opening range.
Yep. You had a good long in there.
It was.
Yeah. I'm not used to taking profits, so
Johnny's been really hard on himself lately.
That's what I've been tuning in. I've been tuning in, guys.
He's been hard on himself.
Even yesterday when I slept in a little bit, I had the phone on and listen to it like a podcast.
That's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Jack, welcome back. How was the wine tour? I'm sure you went on a tour.
Oh yeah, went on a few. I have a head full of spiders right now, but besides that, it's going well.
What houses did you go to?
We went to Pride Winery.
Okay.
We went to Tedeschi and
Yep.
to Rellenbacher. They were all very good.
Yep.
I don't know that. I've never done Napa.
Oh, it's up your alley, Michael.
I'm sure the wife will put that one together.
I'm going on that one. If you guys go
Jack,
on.
she'll have to consult with you though.
There you go.
Oh,
Andre, you just did it with your brother, right?
I did. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, was
if
it?
there's drinking involved,
I heard it wasn't as much fun as.
It was fun for me. It was fun for me.
Yeah.
I'll just put it that way. I had fun.
Yeah,
Maybe
your
not everyone
brother,
else had fun.
your brother was in the crosshairs of
I had the
the
time of my
significant
freaking
other.
life, dude. Some people didn't appreciate as much as I did. Let's put it that way. Make sure that glass was full, and I was having a good old time.
And then you're having a good time.
All right.
Here's your sell-off.
Yeah, more
Here's your
sell-off.
You got some shorts coming in on bias slightly.
Okay.
Slightly. It's 67% NASDAQ.
67. Yep.
So we may be dealing with some overnight inventory that's still holding long positions.
Okay.
If I'm looking for longs, I'd like to see a bigger pullback.
Okay.
We'll see what happens. Here's your NASDAQ, Michael.
Yes.
Hold on, I'm increasing the resolution. I got two screens. I got this mobile screen set up, which is pretty badass.
Yeah, it's coming in
Cool.
nice. What are you doing?
No, this is my gamer laptop that I'm told you I'm gonna give you the specs on.
Yeah,
This
please
one's
do.
really, it's super heavy, but it's like a tank.
You're on Wi-Fi right now?
I'm on Wi-Fi right now.
Wow, it's pretty good. You sound good.
Yeah,
look
they have good Wi-Fi here.
Nice.
Feeling good, Lewis.
So the afternoon pullback low in the NASDAQ yesterday was 699 quarter, 699. That takes us down back through settlement. Afternoon pullback high is where sellers kind of ended the day, and the market has moved in the opposite direction ever since. So overnight inventory, maybe a little bit long. Like to see a deeper pullback, but I don't get to choose these things.
Right.
Well, you can rally it on, John. Cheer it on, and usually it goes the opposite.
Right. That's right. If I tickle some of the lower pricing in the dome, sometimes it drags it down there.
Right?
Any Michael, Mr. Max is asking any update on Topstep traders having access to tilt.
You got it right here on top of your screen. You got it on a preview right now. This will eventually be taken off of YouTube, and it'll eventually be in a thing that you will have to choose. Your thing. It'll be in a thing that you'll have to log into. We might be charging for it. We'll be doing a trial for whatever time. If you like it, you like it. We also got to do some math, not a math, but people are using it. We need to know who's using it. That helps our risk management team manage you better. So when you get called up, they'll be able to manage you a little bit better. Maybe you go to live a little bit swifter. We do see a lot of people having success with it. Look, it's an indicator. Don't point a finger at us. It's an indicator. If you want to point fingers, talk to John Bollinger. Talk to John Bollinger. Yeah, talk to John Bollinger with your Bollinger Band. Talk to Hogue with all market profile. No, I'm joking. But it's an indicator, guys. It's going to be right. Yeah, you got. In general, we have to have a trading plan that works with the tools and the information that we're getting to be successful in this business. I mean, period. You know, so it's definitely an edge that we feel is an edge, but like you can make that decision on your own.
Got a question about that jacket you're wearing, Michael.
What about it?
Oh, it's pretty hip. Oh, it's a jacket or a hoodie?
It's a jacket, it looks like.
Oh, it's like a bomber jacket.
There it is.
Oh, it's a hoodie. There it is. Ooh.
Oh, okay.
It's like really thin, really thin. It's one of these ones that I put on. And that's another thing. We got some. We have great apparel, but I'm putting a Topstep travel apparel package together. Like this is really thin, and it goes great in a Topstep backpack, which also goes great with your Topstep powerful laptop, which we'll probably give you specs on. We put that in there, you put this in there, and then when it gets cold on the plane, you grab this and you put it on, and then you got your Topstep sweatpants, and you got your Topstep socks, and then you got your Topstep t-shirt underneath here, and people are just going to wonder if you're just sponsored by Topstep, and you're going to say yes.
That's the plan.
I take
definitely.
yes, I take payouts daily, only when I get my request in by 10 a.m. though.
Caveat.
We're also going to be offering, if you fly planes a lot, the Topstep parachute. And if you're homebound, the Topstep bong.
The Topstep bong. Topstep PJ coming soon.
Oh, no. Well, if we ever do that, we'll all share it together.
Yeah. All right.
When I say all, I'm saying everybody trader. We're talking about putting together, and we're a lot of the stuff when we say we're talking about, like we do like 80% of it. so it's just talk, but you can't hold us to any of it because timing is another big piece of this. We're talking about a Topstep Futures Trader Expo. Futures Trader Expo, which is just inviting everybody. Caesar's Palace in Vegas. It's just inviting everyone. I already did this. Would you guys go stuff in a poll a couple weeks ago. And Topstep would host it. Topstep would work with Caesar. We're already taking the Topstep employee team. We call it Team Topstep. Right, we do once a year. Where we all get together. We're all remote. There's quite a few of us. We're all remote, and we go to Vegas, and we all meet up there. It's not a gambling trip. It's use the conference rooms, go to dinner. We do late night shuttle to In-N-Out.
In-N-Out burger. We get really wild. We get really wild, folks.
Tons of milkshakes.
Animal style, all that shit.
Animal style, just throwing them at each other in the parking lot like Zoolander at the gas station.
Nope.
Elevator Frequency says, come to Waikiki.
Oh, my God.
I
know. I want to.
That's the jungle.
Funny, as we were talking about being on this beach, Casey pops up Hawaii beaches and we were talking about the sand on those beaches. So now it's about talking about different sands of different beaches.
Black sand beach out there, I believe.
They have it all, don't they?
It's lava.
What's Bermuda? Bermuda has pink sand. It's very, very cool. At least where I was at.
Very cool. All right, Mark is trying to figure out. Mark is trying to pick a direction right now. You got anything?
Yeah, we're above the 800s, 14,800s. We're above that.
We like the long.
We like the long still.
If I never moved my stop, I'd still be in that long. My stop was at 60. No, it would have taken out. It would have taken me out. Right there. Yep.
I can't figure out if there's a leader or a laggard in equities right now. Usually Eddie's pretty good at spotting that.
Well, if you look at change right now, futures.
That's good. Okay. 0.7. Well, in terms of, so you look at change in futures, percentage is this about the same.
Yeah, I know. That's what I always just quickly look to get a feel.
Well, something will break out.
All right, guys, check out the tilt. 76%. You got people getting long up here again.
Yeah, they want to run
I'm going to watch. 1498s is the long, so there are 20 handles into the money. I'm going to get short 22s, real quick short. 14.8, 22. So, here my whole crew is right next to me. Thanks, guys.
Let's see how far they want to take this.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, little buddy?
Yeah,
we going higher or lower?
Okay, 70%. Is it adding 801? Okay, the kids are around me. This is distracting, so I'm gonna take one off.
If you're looking for any positions up top here on our screen, we got Hogue, we got Andre, we got Michael. That's a position that they have on.
Yes.
Give you an idea.
Yeah, what do they have on right now? Are you on? No, everyone's flat. Michael's short.
And then
I'm short from 22 quarter. Sorry, Jack, go ahead.
Scrolling across the top, we also have the tilt, and then we have the XFA leaders. Someone was asking, are those live traders? And I was reaffirming that we do not share live trade data.
We do not share live trade data.
From our live.
We share the data. Yeah, if we're using the data, we're sharing the data with you. Guys, I don't know who does that. If we're using your data, we're sharing your data with you so you can use it as well. But we're not sharing the data of our live traders. These are our pro ballers.
There you go. Look at that pullback. Right after the 9 o'clock change.
So I got out of those 22s and my kids are around here distracting me, which is a fine distraction. I love getting distracted.
That was chicken though, right? That was a winner.
No, I got out right away. I got short 22s, scratch 22s when they were all around here. I just don't like.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
I love them. No, I like them. I just
Careful.
I just no. I can't do when I multitask. I get short, and I don't like doing that. So I just choose one. I get out of the markets because family first. I've learned through experiences too.
NASDAQ
Choose the ones you love
again.
first. NASDAQ getting a little bit more heavy long. Now watch S&P is only long 63%.
I see that.
Now we talk about leaders and laggers, and when the S&P is not as long, and when you see the tilt doesn't go together, that's a funky time that just keep an eye on.
Right.
You know, the average longs are at 811, 14,811, so they're only 13 handles into the money. So just like when we get into a position and it only moves 10 handles into the money with us, it's not a full move. It's just a dance, in my opinion. It's a dance around your entry. JT, I'm not a Darth fader. I go with the minority. I go with the shorter, the bias that's smaller. I don't believe that the market pays majority of people. It doesn't. So it's not really fading just because the percentage is 80% of people are long. It's not like a Democratic Party. Like, okay, cool, let's vote them in as president. You know, it doesn't work that way. It's like, 80% of the people are this direction, but these 20%, I'm interested in what they're doing. And that's the ones I look at, and that's the one I've always watched. And you do it in the trading pit. John can explain that we've done in the trading pit before. The minority gets paid. Like when I say the minority, the small, a small amount of folks that have a different way of looking at the markets than the majority. Maybe that's how. John, is that okay?
Yeah. So you know, when all the business came into the trading pit, none of it was on screen. You could watch the big banks and the big funds just come in and buy the S&Ps all day long.
Yeah.
So they're buying 2,000 with this broker. They're buying 2,000 with that broker. They're buying 2,000 with that broker. They just move the orders around through the entire day. Well, they're not buying it from other paper. They're buying it from the locals. They're buying it from the speculators that are standing in the pit trading their own money. And once in a while, you could watch and you could see that the local traders, the people in the pit trading their own money, were just getting too long or too short, just because they're trading with all that paper that's one-sided. So if you had buyers coming in on paper, and you see 25,000, 30,000 contracts come in on paper to buy, that the locals inside the pit are all way too short. Mm-hmm. They're way too short. So, depending on the time of day, depending on the situation, of course, there were times when you could say, this pit is so freaking short. I got to buy a couple, because when they unravel, they're going to run this thing higher. Yeah, because they'll all jump over each other trying to get out of those positions.
That's right. Short squeeze.
Speaking of jumping over, I'm short from 98 evens a 2 lot. I got short from 07s. Damn, dude. That was the average price. And then I got short from 94s and 01s. Sorry, 94s and 01s. Average price of 98. I just got my 30 handles.
Bro, you're
and just got our 20 handles. Boom.
See, I'm talking.
Damn, son.
Hey,
nice
Michael,
trade, dog.
Michael Anthony's asking, do you journal all your trades?
I used to journal all my trades. I got my journals in my safe at home in Chicago house. I used to do it all the time, but now I do stream of consciousness with you guys here. My journal was a stream of consciousness. I'd say that. I'd look at the markets. I just keep writing. So by the end of my trading day, I'd have like 4 pages. And then I just go back and read them. And I'd say, getting long 84s. Put a stop at 64s.
All those NASDAQ longs, 70%, they just got whacked.
Yep. They got whacked. And the reason why, John, I took that is because that average long price was starting to crumble. I'm starting to watch the average long price as well. It started to crumble. Instead of adding to it, which stayed strong when we were above it, this one started to crumble, which means they're not adding. The longs weren't participating. That's how I'm reading it.
Very nice.
Yeah. And JT Irby, I'm glad you asked that question about Darth Vader, because it gave us a chance to explain the tilt and what we're thinking, because we're not sitting here doing that. I know this just gave us this opportunity. So thank you for even asking that.
I think it's important to remember that futures trading is literally a zero-sum game. You know, it's not investing in stocks or something where everyone can win. On every contract traded, someone is winning and someone is losing.
100%.
Correct.
Every long, there's a short.
That's why I love the game of futures trading. Futures trading is the best asset class to trade. Like, screw stocks, and then Elon Musk just tweeted something. Ah, crap! I was long and now I'm selling off. You know, or penny stocks. It's, some fake. Yeah, they got approved. Oh no, they didn't. Okay, whatever. Like, futures is pure.
Only one liquidity pool. Everything goes to one exchange. It's not like Forex where there's liquidity pools in every country in the world.
Dark pools, all that.
Yeah. Yeah. In the bottom, what is it? The bottom right corner. Yeah. Hold on.
What do you got?
No. Where's the volume? Yeah, the bottom right corner of your. Well, sorry, I'm looking at my ladder. The volume that you're seeing is the volume that actually traded. Buyers and sellers. So when you look at the volume right now, wherever you guys see the volume right now for the S&P volume, maybe you have a quote board up or something, that's what's traded. Those are all the participants. That's me buying. Go, Andre, I'll buy one. You go, I'll sell one. Okay, Hogue, I'll buy one. I'll sell one. Okay, yeah, that's what, is that four lots or two? It's four.
Four contracts traded.
4 contracts traded. There's your volume, 4. So those are like real participants playing the game with real contracts, with a real scoreboard of the number of volume or the volume amount that people are trading baseball cards with. They did this, 2 million times today. Boom, 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 boom. It's just it's much better. And sure, you can get that with stocks, but you can't then get that zero-sum game like Jack just said.
And one thing I would add there too is there are market participants who have wildly different incentives. And so, for instance, I come from the bond world, and it's not, very speculators don't make up a huge portion of any of these markets.
Nope.
For instance, if you're doing the bonds, there's mortgage places that are hedging huge amounts of their interest rate risk in there. And they don't necessarily, they just need to do it. They don't
need positions.
They don't care that, they couldn't care less about the futures position. They're just monitoring their risk, right?
They'll move the markets though, right, Jack?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why some of those in bonds and interest rates don't make sense. You're like, what is this? What is this person doing? They just need to put on the position, like Jack said, just to hedge. They're not looking for price. They're looking for position. But it is choppy right now. Nice trade so far.
All right, so we busted out our overnight highs, but we still have yesterday's highs that we didn't. What is that?
NASDAQ.
Hey Jack, 56. I gotta step away for 2 seconds. Is that cool?
53.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring Eddie
Jack
back.
Said no.
All right, cool. Bring it out. I'll be back in like 2.
And we're back.
All right.
Columbus. What's the average number of trades? I don't know. How many do I already have? I got 11 buys, 11 sells. So you could call that.
Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's 200.
Sometimes it's 2. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, I do not trade more than 200. Yesterday I thought I traded a lot, and that was 80 aside, so it's 160 contracts. So out of the 2 million or whatever, I don't know how many trades a day. I haven't looked at it lately on the NASDAQ. 160 of those
long, 76% long, the NASDAQ.
So they're getting long back up here, guys. So it's just something to be watching about. And John, what does this tell us when they keep getting long up here, keep getting long up here, keep getting long up here? What does it tell you?
They're expecting continuation, but it hasn't happened here just yet. They're long at what about 13 now? We're starting to see a little continuation here in the NASDAQ. We got a weak high. We have an excess low. We talked about the possibility of the market recovering and moving higher today. It was my top hypothesis. So the market is playing out the way I thought it would in my first hypothesis.
Yeah.
So we don't know if it's going to continue. We don't get to choose, but things are going pretty well to the upside here so far. We've got some pretty good excess on the low in the NASDAQ here. We've got a little bit of excess low in the S&Ps. No excess on the high in the S&Ps. Low excess high in the NASDAQ. I mean, the nuances are continuing to say price is attempting to auction higher.
Oh, can you explain a weak high?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So,
and that's a WE. Is it the WEAK or WEEK?
WEAK, weak, not strong. So when we look at the low from yesterday in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps in the regular trading hour session, price got too cheap. Sellers completely vacated. Buyers took over and moved price quickly away from that. This is excess. Auctions die in excess. The high price got up here, but it didn't really leave much excess. There is an excess high, but it's low excess. A weak high would be something like this in the S&Ps. B period looked one tick above A period. Now, A period's the first half hour. B period's the second half hour. This is a true poor low. I kind of look at it like there's a bunch of kids standing around a pool, and they're not sure if it's cold. One kid sticks his toe in and says, nah, it's too cold right now. Let's come back later. Weak highs tend not to be maintained throughout the session or in coming sessions. Now, there's two kinds. We have an excess low. We have a weak high. Weak highs can sometimes also be indicative the buyers just ran out of gas, but there weren't enough sellers to really swiftly move price in the opposite direction. But to me, it's an unfinished upside auction. This is a finished downside auction. This is a finished downside auction. Weak low, weak high yesterday, only 2 TPOs. On the highs, not a strong excess, but still evidence of excess. I don't think that this high in the S&P is going to hold.
Speaking of, I'm long from 820 right now. I'm going with the herd on the NASDAQ. They're 72%. I'm going with them right now, and I'm just doing this for a couple reasons. The S&P is still in the 60s. And I've still seen the average price of longs start to tick up a bit.
They're really leveraging in.
They're lightly leveraging in, yeah. So I'm right here right now. Well, I'm taking them like 5 ticks heat on it, or 5 handle heat on it.
There's a question here from Fess Bull Tracker. What's a reasonable stop for the ES on a 30-minute chart? I know Dee said the other day she set her stop at 40 ticks. Well, you got to figure out your ratio, your tolerance. How much are you willing to lose? How much you're willing to risk? This is something that each trader needs to find out for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's directly related to the volatility in the market, the current situation. I'm not a fan of static stops. I think stops should be placed basically where price is telling you that the trade may be wrong. I'm comfortable in certain situations with a 10-point stop in the S&Ps. Other situations where I don't need to risk that much, I'm not going to.
Yeah, speaking of risk that much, I just peeled it back to a 1 lot on that little pull up to the 13s.
Okay.
Deliverance is asking, are you long, Michael? If you look on top, they've got the 3 traders. Andre's away right now, but it'll give you an idea where they are. Michael's long right now, 1 NASDAQ.
Yeah, technically I'm going to scratch it when it gets up here. Not scratch it, but I'm going to get out right about now. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out, Jack. I got out at 14s. 12s. I got out at 12s. About 20s, got out at 12s. Good. It's doing a little dance here, and it's not showing a strong bid.
Dan Trader, for the S&Ps on the TPO chart I use was single tick TPOs, 4 tick TPOs on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I know. It's a little dicey around here.
We got big price bar overlap here, you know, between A period and B period.
Oh, Johnny, I'm kind of liking it from the short side now, but I don't want. Now I'm getting myself in a tailspin.
Well, I mean, if you're going to do that, make sure that you have good trade locations so you can keep it cheap.
Yeah, good trade location really be up at the. I mean, you got a 200 period moving average up here at 70s. Now that is like a great continuation from the 20s I would long because that's 50 handle. So I was like, now you're in a whole different stratosphere. Trying to make a decision on if you're gonna get short. Now you're picking tops.
Hey, we got Senzo Trading just passing his trading combine. Congratulations.
Hell yeah.
Good job.
Nice work. We had like 1,000 or some odd people, 1,200 have passed on Friday. Banger of a day for those passing the trading combine.
Well,
don't get discouraged. Go ahead.
Speaking of bangers of a day, we have a familiar face on top of our yesterday's best funded P&L.
Oh, there it is.
No.
Sorry about that. I didn't know you were going to post it.
Oh, no.
There he is.
Oh,
there he is. Is he here?
He was in the chat earlier.
Is he in the chat? Patrick? Calling Patrick. Is Patrick here? All right, folks. Patrick putting up size. I was wondering why you were so chatty yesterday. I saw you were chatting in the chat. Then I tuned into you, and you were on your cell phone, but you were already up money. So I like how you roll. Nice trade, my friend. Let's see. 60% now. Trading around the 10s. Boy, Patrick W. Yeah, Patrick, good trading. What'd you do yesterday after you traded well? What do you do? What do you do after you trade well? And do you do anything different after you trade poorly? It's our time to learn from you, Patrick. Go to buy new motors for the boat. Spend that money. Well, I mean, that is one way to do money. Hey, Patrick, a little word of advice, and John can probably give us a word of advice. Boats, and you know this, and I'm not going to tell you anything to do, but park it. Park money, and then buy stuff. Park money. I'm not saying you don't do that. This is what John and I always watched, and Eddie on the trading floor. Guys that wouldn't park money, and then it would go buy, the boats and the cars and the things, which is nice, which is like you should if you want to. But always parking that too. But I'm sure you do all that.
Like Dan says, money pits.
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Roth IRA.
Scotty Brooks, he said what I was going to say. Boat stands for bust out another 1,000.
The best, yeah. What do they say? The best boat is the one your friend owns.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All right, there is a poll here. What do you do with your trading profits? Spend it or save it?
Ooh, I like that poll. Nice job, guys. All right, we're 98, so we can't hold those 10s. And I would have been long still because I was liking the longs, but I got out at the 12s, so now it's down at the 92s. I would have busted out. I would have been stopped out. Now, right now, I'm talking to myself saying, hey, good job, Michael, getting out of that trade. Stream of consciousness, guys. Sorry, I'm not trying to.
Well, as Tilted Kitty says, let's get those likes up. Let's get the likes and subscribes. We got over 2,200 people watching. Hit and like that. Hit and smash that like button. And if you have not subscribed, we are looking to get that number up. Show us some love here today, Taco Tuesday.
Yeah, a real subscriber number. Somebody came in and played the bot farm game on us. I don't know why they do that. It's a huge waste of time and money. If that costs you money, I don't know. If it costs you your time, I don't know. And for what? Jack, I like you on here. It's great.
Oh no, it's good to be back.
Mm-hmm. So a little advice my dad gave me is, you know, when you're a trader and if you start making real money, I mean real money, he said, you better put a whole bunch of it away, save it, because nothing lasts forever, and there are certainly going to be lean times in trading. It's very cyclical. You're hot for a while, you're not for a while. So I would certainly suggest, Patrick, put some of that money away, and I suggest that for everybody. Be smart.
Yep. That's exactly what I see. I busted out and lost $90,000. Then and went as a retail trader, then became a prop trader, then became a professional trader. That was my past, so I understood the retail, the professional. You know, I knew it felt like football. The stats that you read, where it's like, hey, the average time in the league is 3.5 years, 3.2, whatever. And then, of course, you have your Tom Brady's. These are your, like, Tudor Jones. You know, come on. Just try to get the consistent profitable, and then try to be Tudor Jones later, which whatever. But the point of the story is I parked everything that I made, paid off my condo. After I paid off my condo, I bought I had a 2-bedroom condo. It was small. I bought it for $300, paid that off on my all trading. At the time I was 28. Then I bought a penthouse downtown Chicago, paid that one off. That was right after the 08 crisis, financial crisis or recession or whatever it was called. Then paid that one off. Then put that one on Airbnb. Brian Chesky from Airbnb. It was when Airbnb just started. I'm like, why do I have this big place? I have me and the dog here. And so I started renting that out. So I had an income stream coming from rentals on Airbnb. I then parlayed that over to another home that I did an Airbnb on. And every time I would buy one, I would say, I would live here if it didn't rent. I would live here if it didn't rent. And then a big trick of the trade that I did for any of those that want to know is if you want to feel out what an Airbnb would do in the marketplace, you could do this. You can, and there's nothing wrong with it because I would never book it to anybody, but I would take the pictures from the listing, put it out there, and put a price tag on it. And if anybody inquired about that, there's nothing wrong with that. There's zero wrong with that because I never accepted anybody's booking. But I call that going fishing. Patrick, you'd like this. And you see if people actually like the price. It's price discovery on renting out. If you were to buy that property, it lowers the risk that of owning that property. So this is actually property advice if you're looking to rent. So that was something that worked really well for me, and I ended up buying 6 or 7 properties. And I have that income stream going on as well.
That's diabolical. I love it.
Yeah, you do nothing wrong. Somebody inquires me like, hey, I like your house. You don't do it on instant booking. You don't do it on anything. So then you can actually say, you know what? And then I go to Casey. I'm like, hey, increase the price another $500. See if we get people that are biting. She's like, well, yeah, we had 2 people inquire this week. I go, increase another $500. Oh, we got 1 person inquiring a week. I'm like, okay, put an offer on the house. And we put an offer on the house. And then we get it, and we knew exactly what price we were going to get for Airbnb.
Are we starting like a Hustle Bro podcast right now?
I mean, this would actually be like my wife's little thing. But yeah, that's a little trick of the trade. Yeah, you're going to get real estate advice here if I got it.
We're seeing some new highs here.
Sure are.
Hope with the new high.
What's up?
Eagle Eye Hoop.
Well, as long as there is a gap, of course, we must mention that on this day, the Charter for the United Nations occurred in 1945.
I like it.
That today?
I hope so. I am just given these things.
No one's going to fact check.
I used to do those.
Wow, there you go. My brother used to live over there on Avenues of the America, I want to say, something out there in New York. You used to see all the prime ministers and dignitaries walking around the UN headquarters. He said, "You've never seen security until you see the General Assembly of the United Nations gathering in New York."
I could only imagine.
Dude, he said you've never seen security like that before.
Yeah. King Wook, what age did you marry your wife? 38. I met her in 08. So I married her or 2018. Sorry, 2018 I got married. So I was 38. I think. 39, something like that. I met her at Dollar Beer Night. $1. Back in the day, we didn't have Tinder. I think it was like just starting. I don't even know. No, it didn't even start yet when I met her in 08. Dollar Beer Night. She was a graduate. She was a Duffy's in Chicago.
Oh my God!
I know. Hey, you can find good girls there. She just graduated from ASU. I saw this beautiful blonde walk in there. She had a bag of socks. I'm like, what the heck? Bag of socks. She's just moved there like 2 weeks ago and just gone to like Target. On her way home, she stops at a bar to meet up with her friends. Dollar Beer Night. I definitely did not hit the pocketbook that hard that night. Getting her phone number.
Duffy's, man.
Place is
still running, up and running, man.
Yeah, it kind of went downhill. If you could say it was already downhill.
That place was never uphill in the first place.
Oh my God. We were sponsored by Duffy's on the softball team, so we had to go drink there and bring our softball team. I was wearing a Duffy shirt or something like that.
We went there a few times. We had an open tab there a few times.
Yeah, we did. Uh-huh. Definitely not in my early 30s, and don't want to be in my early 30s because I have no regrets. I look forward to the future.
Now.
Okay, we're on our highs, S&P.
Yeah,
I'm only up.
Along in the middle of this range, I got stopped out. Stop me if you heard this before. Found my stop and turned right around.
Yeah. All right, so you guys seen Tilt's pretty active today. 75% of S&Ps are long. 67% Nasdaq. Average longs of S&Ps 72 half. 42, 72 half. Average long of Nasdaq is 820. So your 820s only have 11 handles into this.
S&Ps are in the money a bit. This is the turning point.
I'm short from 32s right. I'm a quick short right now from 32s. I know it's on the highs of the S&P, but it's going to be really quick, and I'm out.
Wait, you're short in S&Ps or Nasdaq?
Sorry, Nasdaq. I'm
okay,
out.
cool. All good.
Boom, 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 boom.
Good job, Raj.
Well, John Jones, take that run with the gold here. Nice little run here.
Well done.
If you did that.
Mr. Abbas, can we get Jared Tendler back on? Jack, we signed and are working a deal with Jared Tendler as a regular, right? We're starting to get regulars, guys, like your kick-ass regulars. He's going to be a full-blown broadcast.
Jared Tendler's also one of just like the nicest guys on earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's super good to know. Even off camera, they're the same as they are on camera. They're the real ones, man.
Yeah.
Jim Carlton's asking, MP, you trading directly off the dome?
Yes, sir. Always have. Watch the charts. The charts just tell me. I do not like getting it. The charts leaves too much. The dome you can carve up. You can see when it flushes. You can see when it flushes up. You can put, and you just get better and better entries. I'm all about great entries. That's kind of my. Stay patient. Wait for good entries. 49s. Here we go. New highs. 52s. And you see it rip. Watch the dome right now. You can watch Hogs, and you can see it rip. And that's usually stop runners. 54s, John. I want to get short up here.
Yeah.
You're up against the yesterday's high.
The 80s, correct?
Yep.
High.
Let's bring Johnny back.
Yep. I got short at 2 lot at 49 even. 49 even. 49
That's the
even.
entry, Johnny.
JP Rivas
That was
passed
49
the
even.
combine. Good job.
Yeah. 49 even. It's right here. I'm already short here right now. Little concern because I still think it's got a little run. I'm taking one off
early, but these 80s in the S&Ps, like Johnny was saying, it's definitely been a level.
I took one off.
Nice trade.
Right when I take it off.
Nice trade today,
course.
dude.
49s, 33s.
Trade like ass today.
The S&P's put in another poor high here.
31s. Come on. I'm cheering it on now. Took one off. I mean, I got a one lot on, but whatever. I mean, it would have been a. Yesterday I was doing starts one lots, two lots, and then I got up to like 6x6, and then I should have shut it down at 3,500. I like to get if you get to the $3,000 day, I have a $3,000 loss limit that I put on myself, and sometimes I open it up when I call Mick.
Hey, Michael, can you, Eric wants to know a little bit more about this thing we call the dome, the depth of market. What's it showing you and what advantage does it give?
It gives me better entries than I would if I was putting orders in on the screen or on the charts. Andre, I didn't take profits on that one lot, so now it's like, no, it's 20 handles into it.
Yeah.
I was looking. It was coming off the what'd you call it, John? Yesterday's high, the 200 period moving average. Still right here, right now, ish.
Do not know where this market wants to go. Hope's going with the charts. We got NASDAQ up here. Sweet.
So Eddie, Eddie and Eric now. How do you read the dome? Put the dome up.
What the dome actually, what it's telling you is there's bids, there's offers. If you see it right now, that white level, that's the price getting traded right now. As you can see, it moved right up. It adjusted itself. So what it's telling you is all the offers at those prices above that the real-time price and all the bids below. So it's giving you an idea who's winning the tug of war.
Right.
Yeah.
Probably be
Jack,
better looking at the S&P dome because it doesn't move around as much.
Yeah, that one's pretty quick.
So these are, I mean, that's 30 contracts, 32 contracts on the offer, 48, 64s, 22. These are all contracts for sale above price. These are all contracts to bid for below price. The current price is kind of grayed right here. You can see it. That's it right there.
The best outright traders that I ever knew all focus completely on the dome. They just read order flow the whole time.
Seriously, man.
Yep, order flow.
Patak's pretty good at it. I'm still trying to dial it in on reading the order flow on the dome or the ladder.
Jack, I covered. When I would be walking by traders in the pits, dome, no charts. It's just a pro ball way of.
No, it's on the trading floor. You couldn't know what the size was unless that price traded. I mean, here it's letting you know. Let's just say these are paper orders, resting orders above and below the market. They never did that on the floor,
right?
They did, did they?
Because you can only bid the best bid and you can only offer the best offer. So if the market in the pit was even 10, you couldn't bid 90s below the evens and talk about the size. You'd be censured for confusing
I've never thought about that. I've never considered that. That's wild.
I mean, so you could see a broker, and when it's 90 bid, he offers 1,000 at even. Then it goes 90 offer. You can't know unless it goes 90 bid if that offer remains because he can't say it. He can't offer it.
I've never considered that. Yeah, that's very true.
I mean, you can't say, hey, 10 ticks below the market, I need to get rid of 200. You can't do that.
No.
But that's what happened when the feds were coming in. These guys were letting other people know, hey, I got some size right here. Get yourself set up.
Yeah, but couldn't
And they-
customers call in and try to work a bid below the market or have a
Yes, they could.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, they could. But the broker holding that order can't bid it until it's the best bid.
or disclose it, correct?
You got to
Or
wait till the
disclose
market
it.
gets there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you can't disclose it.
Yep.
So you have guys, standing in front of a broker that has 1,000 at even. So they're going to sell. They're going to try and sell 100 at 90.
Yes.
A one tick below that, right? So that if the market goes, and they know that they're only going to lose that one tick on 100 contracts.
Yeah.
Because there's a broker behind them with 1,000 on the offer.
That's the lean.
Now, if that offer gets canceled and the market goes 90 bid and you try and buy 100 of those evens, the broker's going to say, "I'm out."
Yeah.
And he can say that because it's the best offer.
Jack, I'm in 39 evens long.
All right.
The thing staying strong. The longs have been getting paid. It's now 55.44. I mean, kind of getting myself in this little but I'm buying a bit of a pullback.
You're just
but nothing
short,
to
right?
brag about. I was just short on the highs. I had a bit into it, but it
See
keeps
what you're
staying
doing,
firm.
right?
It keeps staying firm up here, and I bought the pullback.
Does keep staying firm.
Yeah,
What's tilt? We got anything?
50, 60, 40. 60-40 longs.
Only along to these 80s though, been a pain in the butt.
It is a poor high again. So, we've been saying all morning we like the long side. We like the long side, and long side's been getting paid.
Long side's been getting paid, but how much longer?
But for how long? We don't know. That's James T. Kirk.
Yeah.
But for how long?
So I was patient on that one. I had 20 handles into that short, but I didn't take it. I should have. That would have been nice. And then it made new highs. Then it pulled back really nicely. And now I got 10 handles into this one. And if it catches a runner like it is right now,
Yeah, it
there's
is.
my 20 handles. There, I'll take 20 handles off that
Hell
table.
yeah, dog.
There you go.
Okay. All right.
We'll catch a pullback on these smooths.
I mean, not only, but I was up 1,000. Now I'm up 700. It's true.
50.
So, Dre,
What up?
you got an accumulation
Nice.
of volume, an accumulation of volume, and an accumulation of volume. Low volume node here. Market has been
75s.
one time framing higher. In other words, A, B, and C period all have a higher high and a higher low. So if you're trying to buy pullbacks, the low volume nodes might be interesting areas. We just had a look down there. We were looking at the NASDAQ. I didn't get the chance to get it.
Me neither. 75, 74s in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
John, 91s, 14,891s, I think was not yesterday's settlement, but the day before, October 20th, Friday.
I can tell you. Hang on, 14.
Or no, it'd actually be Thursdays.
So
89 even.
Thursday.
42.
Yeah.
Let's get up there, guys.
I can tell you for sure. Hang on. So Thursday's
what do you got
settlement in the
what do you got up there?
NASDAQ, 890 even.
Yeah, 890 even. 8,900? Oh, 890 even. 90s, yeah, 90s.
Right, 14,890 right there.
Okay, so we were just up to 70s. That long I had was nice if you would have stayed with it, but I need to start getting some 20 ticks off the tables.
Hey, Jim's asking a question here. What's this getting paid mean? Is it a sell or a buy?
It means you're in the money.
Getting
Okay,
paid.
it means you're in profit.
You're in profit, or you took a profit. Yeah, I got paid.
Yeah, I got paid.
We don't talk. A big thing with the millennial traders, and I'm not saying millennial traders, new traders, they go red and green. They go, I have a red day, a green day. I don't know. It kind of sounds like very crayon, drawing. I like. We've always talked, and what I've learned in the pit
Boom.
is there's a different lingo, and it's actually feels like you're at the poker table.
What are you doing with your Post-it notes behind you and back in the office?
One's blue, and one's red.
Oh, just the distinction in color. I got you.
Yeah, and I don't really see the distinction of color. But of course, red's a red day. But like, I don't know. I don't call it a red day. I call it a losing day. I lost. I won because I treat it like a sport. Winners and losers. And I don't have greens and reds, even though that is the winner and losers. I have like the Cubs. No shit, not like the Cubs. Like a
Bulls,
team that actually.
Like the Bears. No.
No,
damn
Blackhawks.
Maybe not
How
yet.
about the Blackhawks?
Not yet. We all
Yeah,
stink.
yeah.
Like the
All our teams
Rangers.
stink.
Congratulations, Rangers.
Yeah, all our
Did they win the Super Bowl? Did they win the
Super
World
Bowl,
Series?
Yes.
They're
they
going.
won.
They're going to the World Cup tomorrow.
I'm sort of glad they won.
Sure.
It makes nothing against the Astros, but it makes it a little bit more exciting.
New blood.
Yeah.
Hold on, it was Astros and Rangers, so it's Texas, man. I have not watched a lick of baseball this year.
Well, you got a Game 7 tonight with the Diamondbacks and Phillies.
Yeah, we do. Phillies.
Hold on, they got into the World Series. Sorry, all right.
Rangers
That's how
are
far.
Final
World
Four. It's the
Series.
Final
They're
Four.
waiting for a winner tonight.
Okay.
Or there's going to be. If we're going to go higher, they're going to make it harder. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, this is
They try not to let you in.
Right?
My
Yeah,
gold.
yeah, it's a tough.
Trying to look
How's
for
that
other
looking?
markets that might be correlating. John, I was looking at that correlation matrix and grid yesterday.
I mean, that's pretty long time frame.
It is long time frame, but it's still, you can still use it on a day trade, I think. I mean, when you said 94% correlation, I think that still translates to the day trade, if you ask me.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So we're looking for those 74, 75 level, 73s perhaps in the S&Ps. It's low volume node, like John's saying, weaker highs.
IBG, yes, that is 100 SMA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
Hey, everyone out there, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. We're trying to grow this sucker. We'll have a little something to pass out to all the loyals once we grow this subscriber count. You know what I'm saying?
And once again, please only subscribe if you are a human being.
Yes. All you bots out there that are listening, don't subscribe to this shit.
yeah,
Beady.
it's a real problem out there.
We're getting our little pullback down here near that 75 level, Andre.
Yes, we are. You got anything on tilt? Nope.
Humans, no aliens. I don't know. Aliens
I'm
are
cool with it. Yeah, if the aliens want to
cool with aliens.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'm cool with aliens if they have like a valid YouTube account that's been made, more than 30 seconds ago. Yeah.
Yeah, for
Bring
sure. I mean, if aliens want to join, let's chop it up. You guys want to do power players? Jump on in.
Yeah.
Alien.
Any time travelers out there, please contact.
Trust me, I got some questions.
Yeah, I know. I got some questions like, when's this alien thing and this next planet living thing's going to start happening? We've been talking about it.
Chop it up for some time, for sure.
Yeah, Jetsons have been talking about this stuff forever, and I haven't seen anything yet.
You still got a position, MP?
No, I had that one long at 39s, and I covered at 56s.
So, well, I mean, maybe we could get some aliens into the markets here. I mean,
Extraterrestrials, guys. come on.
extraterrestrials, right? We can always use fresh money. We always used to say that when a new trader came into the pit. Fresh money.
Uh-huh. They go to bid like, any bid. Like, sold. Fresh money.
Phil, you got any
Fresh
more of
money.
those?
Yeah.
And we used to go if they were bidding 80 for one, we'd tell them, hey, it's 90 bid across the pit. They'd bid 90 and we'd hit them.
So,
That's so mean, John. That's so mean.
it's initiation.
They would actually be pretty cool with some of I know Dow Pit, Eddie, you remember this. They'd be pretty cool with these guys, but they wouldn't last. It's just bummer, some of these guys. You see a lot of guys at the bottom step, and guys at top step was always reserved for the biggest, best traders. Hogue has a trading badge. You had to register to be on the top step, hence the name Top Step. Bottom step is where rookie newbies just put money in their trading account. They'd walk in all, fresh and new and timid and whatever. And
Could you
it's
see
very
it?
intimidating.
Could you see it on them too? I know it was their first day, so you knew they're new, but could you see it in their eyes?
100,000.
was in the pit. It's like, hey, that's a new face.
Oh God.
Uh-huh.
Fresh meat.
Who's that guy?
Fresh meat.
Uh-huh.
Well, they actually put on your badge,
Nephew.
new member.
They did.
It was
Doing
on
them
your
no
badge.
favors.
But the back of their jacket just had a big crosshair bullseye.
Yes.
Poor
Kick me.
Yeah, wear this for the first month.
It wasn't that bad. It wasn't. That
Nah, it wasn't that bad. And you also, like I said, we help them out every now and then. Cedar was a good guy with that. Gleason would be too. These are traders that I stood around. If you can touch them with your tie, we used to have to wear ties. If you touch them with your tie, they were your friend, trading buddy. Hence, everybody here should have a trading buddy.
Yep.
Question.
And we're gonna
Go ahead. Finish what you said.
no. There's a channel that we just added, and who's ever on the chat, please drop it in there. It's a link towards. I think they have a Chicago trading buddy room. So if you're out of Chicago, go to this link, go to the Chicago trading buddy room, and meet another trader. I know there's a lot of opportunity, or a lot of folks that are here from Chicago, Florida, Arizona. So I think we're going to have those rooms. Jack, I don't know, James, if you guys want to confirm in the channel Slack channel, if Nathan has those rooms available, and we have ambassadors in those rooms that can kind of help people become trading buddies. If you don't have a trading buddy, it's just, I don't know. I mean, you can not have one. It's totally fine, but like, I don't know. It shortens the learning curve. It makes trading so much more fun. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yes. No, I was going to say, JMB Never Sleeps is asking, intermarket spreading, do you do it? Oh, is it okay if we do it?
Do what?
Spreading,
We don't spread.
Intermarket spreads.
Oh, spread
No.
trading? Depends the product.
No.
What would you spread?
It's not allowed here.
Oh, no.
not
Oh,
allowed.
sorry. My bad. Yeah.
It's not allowed here. Yeah. Front month, back month, no. Front month trading only.
Damn, Johnny, you seen this?
Yep.
That was my entire career.
Me too.
Markets.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Andre, yeah.
Yeah, spreading, it's super low risk, I'll tell you that. You can really rack up fees.
It wasn't so low risk for me.
Oh. Yeah.
I think what he's talking about is like long S&P, short NASDAQ.
We were spreading calendars.
Yeah, calendar spreads, no, we can't do those here. And I don't suggest doing intermarket spreads here either, because
No.
you're let's say you're long the S&Ps and it starts to break, so you sell the NASDAQ. So you end up long the S&Ps in a bad trade location, and you get poor trade location on your short in the NASDAQ. I mean, it may be a way to limit some of the risk, but all you're doing is locking in a loss.
That's right.
Yeah.
Legging is difficult.
Legging is difficult.
Legging spreads, man. Whew,
Yeah.
You got to have good timing.
Speaking of,
we got time for a hot streak. Let's check out.
Hell yeah,
our
we
hot
got time
streak
for that.
here.
Let's go.
yeah, I want to see a hot streak.
Oh, there it is. Stevie Y with 25 days.
Wow.
S. Milano, just I tell you, right on the bumper. We've got Graham 21 days, George P 14, Taylor F. Not Taylor Swift, but Taylor F. At 14. Steve Y and Miss Milano kicking some major. 5,000. Melissa Milano at 8+. Graham putting up a G, almost 2 Gs. George, we're missing a George, so I guess one of the Georges has not continued, but yesterday we had 2 Georges, or Jorge, 7,004, and Taylor with 7,002.
Steve Young, wow.
Oh, I thought it was Steve Eiserman, but it might be Steve Young.
Eiserman, yeah, Steve
Yeah.
Y.
It is Steve Young.
I thought you said
25
Melissa
days.
Milano, actually.
Wow.
I thought I heard that. I had to go to the screen. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Hey, these are 25 days. That's a clubhouse record, right?
That is the record
On
standing.
a clubhouse record.
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Yes, sir. That's tough to do, guys. Right there, that's tough to do. So anybody is like, well, the market's out to get me, blah, blah, blah. I'm struggling, all that kind of stuff. Look at Steve Y. Look at all these guys.
Okay, we're ticking higher. Maybe we got something on the tilt cooking here.
Nothing really. I mean, 70. They're both 70, so they're leaning.
Building,
Longs are
building.
getting. Yeah, it's building. Longs are getting paid today. Remember, these 91s are up here, 90s that John talked about.
Right.
From a few days ago high. I'm going to pull out to the hourly chart. When it keeps making new highs, I pull out. I get a higher time frame chart.
It's grinding though, dude. It's not just it's a grind.
78 is the high right there. It's coming up to the 100 on the hourly, the 100 period moving average on the hourly. And as you go up higher time frames, those moving average become a little bit stronger.
Mm-hmm. Damn, Johnny, that entry, man.
Yeah.
It's okay. We're seeing it. You're seeing it.
30. Oh boy, that would have been nice.
Yeah, it would have.
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the context we're looking at, and you know the opportunities we're finding. Just I can't figure out what's going on with my execution.
Does the hourly chart respect the hourly often? I mean, I respect it way better. Yeah, respects moving average, in my opinion, it's way better than a 5 minute.
Yeah, I'll agree.
Than a 15, than a 10.
I like the 5. It was some of us like the 5s. No hating on the 5s.
I don't know. You get lost in the noise. I don't need to.
Look at this. And on the hourly in the NASDAQ, the 100 session moving average is right where the 200 session moving average is on the 30-minute chart.
Sure is. Mm-hmm. Sure is.
Same exact spot.
I know. That would have been a nice one because you also had Thursday's settlement, which is up at the 90s, and it was 10 handles away from that. So it had
right here
two moving averages to get through on higher time frames, plus the pressure of an old settlement. Maybe that's why you saw this big pullback. You know, you saw 20 handle pullback pretty damn quickly right now.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that you know the Thursday's settlement level won't end up being important, but it's not something I'm generally going to focus on. Is past settlement levels.
Yeah,
I'd much rather be looking at the point of control from Thursday.
Dude, long just got worked right there.
What's the point of control? They got worked. Right now.
Thursday's naked point of control is 15,044.
44. That's a whole 100 handles. No, it's 200 handles away. Come on, Johnny. 200 handles away.
Oh, like it couldn't happen?
You asked, he answered.
Like it couldn't happen?
I mean, right?
Yeah, do that.
Here, I'll guarantee it's going to happen. That just can't happen.
Oh,
it's going to happen.
Jack, I just got long 39. Yeah. I'm serious. I got long 39.75s right when you said that. So we're gonna play this 39.75.
Wait,
John.
did you get long, Patak? For real? I want to get long.
Yeah, it's a pullback, 20 handle pullback. And I'm not saying I would like the 10s if you want to go back to your higher volume nodes, right, John?
I'm working
15s.
Well, here's the NASDAQ.
1 minute till the bar closes.
I mean, you're kind of up against a low volume node here at 37.
37s?
So 39 is a good entry.
39s.
I think if we take out the C period low, which is 30, then you gotta try and get out.
So at the 10 handle.
There may also be some stops down there as well.
Mm-hmm.
There may be some stops.
Which means, there's probably stops.
I'm seeing some lows here in crude. Crude taking a bounce off its new low here.
Interesting. Thank you for that, Eddie.
Watching gold back on the pony here. Let's see
I'm out, John.
Run here.
Shit.
I'm out, Johnny.
Take a look at crude. I mean, we were talking about the weak structure below. Mm-hmm. Well, we got a naked point of control yesterday. We're last week's low here, and we've got a gap to fill here.
John, what's the C period mean?
That is the C period is in equities 9:30 to 10 or 9 to 9:30.
Yeah, that's an old floor trader thing.
9:30 to 10 o'clock. We're in C period now.
Yep.
Yeah.
On the floor,
it's
Johnny.
just-
On the floor. Maybe there's Beans. Beans is every 15 minutes was a period.
We were
Is that-
15 minutes too.
Those were time brackets. Those were accountability for times of trades.
I got you. Okay. Thank you. I was wondering, like, it used to be 15. Okay, gotcha.
The time
I
brackets
wasn't-
used to be 30 minutes
Yeah,
Back-
they
back in the day before electronics.
I love that beeping noise. There's a beep
Oh
every
my God.
15 minutes. Beep every 15 minutes on the trading floor. Beep.
Yep.
You know, you look up. Everybody look up. Like,
Yeah.
Should I
Before you know
trade?
it was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. You're like, where'd the time go?
You know what another neat sound on the trading floor was when we do like a minute of silence and all the time machines, the time card machines.
All the
Click,
time,
click, 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 click,
With the
click,
stamp.
the time clocks.
stamps.
Yeah.
And like to say hello to Anne Marie. Anne Marie is here watching.
Yes.
hey, Ann. Hey, Ann. Hey, Ann.
She brings great vibes.
Watching the DXY and the UVXY for direction flow. So thank you, Anne Marie.
Ooh, I like that.
Good to see you, my good friend.
Yeah, Ann, what's happening?
You see Roy's asking if you miss your leaf blower guy.
Leaf blower guy. I
You
miss
always
the
have,
airport guy.
the leaf blower guy outside your window when you
Snowmass.
Yeah.
mess.
Now we have everybody rake. Oh, that guy's surfing. Now we have everybody raking. There's the trail end of the hurricane that came through Cabo. I don't know how much damage it did, but they have just tons of debris.
Oh, you're on the West Coast? I gotcha.
Pacific.
Nice. I remember we were trying to identify what body of water you were looking at a couple days ago.
Oh, I didn't even know. I left my phone in my in our car right
How's that
when
going, by the way?
Oh, it's incredible.
Nice.
Incredible. I don't have it anywhere. It's back in Aspen, sitting at the airport parking lot outside of there.
Nice.
And I forgot my
seen it.
phone. What's that?
Hopefully nobody's seen it.
No, it's in
We're
the
sitting in a
car.
parking lot. I know.
You're sitting in a parking lot, yeah. Yeah.
Sitting on a park bench. All right. Well, we got the crude here once again here, taking the top off the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Taking the top off the bottom.
We're going to fill that old gap.
Falling faster than Topstep subs
Amen.
to 40K.
Amen. For a minute, we thought those were legit, and then we got, and everything went to a grinding halt. So,
Like the world's worst version of Ocean's 11. I would love
For
to
real,
see
Jack.
the Discord room where a bunch of guys in suits were like, if we get 5,000 subscribers, we can get a reset out of this.
yeah, fool me once, right?
Yeah.
Oceans. We could save $49.
Yeah.
I mean, come
Once. Once.
Once.
Yeah.
on. Yeah. I mean, I get it, but I don't get it.
So Dre, we're back to that.
I know, man.
We're back here.
Yeah, dude.
What are we gonna do?
You know what we're gonna do. What are the other markets doing? Anything that could take this market lower?
Well, Anne Marie was just talking about the dollar.
Oh
Back
yeah,
on
the
upside.
dollar. People have
Back
been
on
watching
the
the dollar, right, John? Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's back on the upside. Treasury yields 4.8.
Yeah, yields are retreating. I'm long.
A little bit.
I'm long from 76 and the orders, 76 and 3/4, 2 lot.
Yeah, I was just long. I got out.
You did.
Hey, Thomas,
I actually like your long.
Thomas has got a question that sort of brings back a memory. He says, hey guys, who was the 1-4 trader who nonstop said 20 on 1, 20 on 1, 20 on 1? We remember that? Remember that?
Yeah, what pin was he in?
Wasn't he in the, I think wasn't it the
Charles-
it was bigger?
It was
the S&P pit.
Chucky Bartell.
Look at John.
20
He
on
was
1.
loud and constantly bidding and offering for a 1 lot.
Those are the best. That's
Nonstop.
the best.
Yeah.
20 on one. 20 on one.
Yeah, I remember that voice.
20 on one.
And he just flipped it up 20 on one. 20 on one. And you're like, dude, it's like 11:45. Everybody's at lunch.
1.5.
70.
1.5.
This way, I mean, he was there for a while, so he was doing something right.
Yeah, he was there for a long time. I think he actually ended up. He was a pretty good trader. I knew him from when I was at the Mid-Am. He started at the Mid-Am too.
Raul is asking, we know Borsellino, yes.
Oh,
yeah, we know
Stay
Borsellino.
right there.
God damn.
Yeah,
It's got stopped out.
that happens. Yeah, it's trying. It was trying.
What the hell was that?
Pull back here.
I mean, it was a little head fake. It was a little head fake.
Testing lows here in crude.
So,
Now you get long.
this is the S&Ps, Andre. I mean, we were talking about that low of C, probably seeing some stops below there. I mean, it was a decent. It wasn't a risky trade.
Yeah.
Now let's see if we
Long
can.
at the high end of that rate.
Watch it run now.
No shit.
Watch
No
this shit run.
No
I
shit.
can't.
I know.
So D did the same thing. NASDAQ did the same thing. We talked about probably some stops down below the low of C. And that's what we just ran into. Son of a bitch.
Just ran it.
So good at this.
I got long 37s.
That's
I got
a
long
good entry.
38s.
That's a good entry, man.
Unless it's going to dance around here like it just did, and then it pulls back your 20 handles, and then I'm going to be at the 19s. That's where I got stopped out at the 19s. But we shall see if this little pullback.
Hogue, you want to talk about your platform? What are you using there for volume profile?
This is T4.
Okay.
But you can also get the profiles on Tradeovate. Here's the Tradeovate profiles. Same thing. Regular trading hours. But if I want to see the letters, I got to make it really big. So there's that C period low. We just took out the stops below. But that's the way these profiles look like. There's some adjustment you have to do if you're going to be on Tradeovate, but
There's also DC Lifestyle passing the. It just got his XFA.
nice.
Oh yeah,
Well done.
Yeah. See you on that list. We'll see you on that funded trader list, right, Eddie?
It should happen, yeah.
Streaker.
Asking for tips how you can keep this and not. Well, it seems like when traders get to the funded accounts, all of a sudden they change their tune, and like John says, Hogue says, what do you say about the date? Keep the date. What's it saying?
Dance with the one you brung.
And what he's saying is, don't change your strategy. It got you to where you want to be. Keep going. But one thing that I've noticed with a lot of trade reports and a lot of traders I've talked to is once you get funded, you pull out the home run bat, and you're looking for those big profits. That's what kills you.
Yeah, no. Don't change anything.
Yeah, don't. I mean, hey, $100 profit, take it. What's the next opportunity?
Yeah.
Don't get bummed.
Yeah. Put it just slow. I mean, like, be patient. Put up your base hits, your 200s, your 300s, your $500 trades.
Great day.
Coming out of the gate, putting a lot of size on, looking for a big home run is a difficult. Okay, I got my long. Hey, Jack, I'm long from 39. It's not 37.
Really?
It's just a little. Just heads up. Yeah, 2 lot.
New lows.
Don't say good job. I'm only 10
I'm
handles.
just pissed at myself. That's all. Let's go.
I know it shook you out. I'll take
All
this.
Hey, Lacey, you want to come say hi?
10 lot coming up, baby.
Come on.
I know, right?
All right.
Let's bring treats. Come on. Come on.
If your dome is lagging, you got to check your internet. I mean, you got to jack it up a bit. Yeah.
I got out of one of them.
Nice profit.
Yeah, that was I don't know, 13 handles.
Nice work.
I still got the other one on.
Marriott.
I'm thinking I'm going to marry it for a little bit, just up to the 90s or 85s or something around there, because we like those prior, and that's where I would have been getting short.
MOC that shit, dude.
No, yo, you think all day long? Mark it on close. For those that don't know, MOC that shit means keep that shit to the very end of the day, because an MOC order is a market on close order. So you turn to your buddy and be like, MOC that, whatever you're gonna say, F-er or S-er or
Yeah. Shout out to Jay watching out there.
Oscar keeps asking, what time is JJ on today? JJ. JJ.
Wasn't JJ on yesterday? VWAP? No, who was on
I know
yesterday?
we got
VWAP?
Jason Jenkins coming up here tomorrow for Power Players.
That's JJ VWAP, right?
JJ VWAP.
That's who that is, correct, Jack? James?
JJ Reddick.
Power player.
Today we got John London.
Yeah, JJ VWAP is this week. Was it
yeah.
yesterday?
Tomorrow, if JJ
Tomorrow.
Jason
Not
Jenkins.
JJ on
yes.
Good Times, no. VWAP. VWAP JJ.
Overtrading,
Yeah.
overtrading a little bit there. No code, Dad. I'm overtrading a little bit. This market is not exactly ideal price action so far.
No code, Dad. What's happening?
What's up, code, Dad?
What's up, code? Right when I want to get married to, John? Is that a short?
No, I'm trying to make you lose money on it.
Oh, okay. Well, looks like I'm fading Johnny
I'm just kidding. I'm not trying to make you lose money on it.
I know. Wish I was a surfer. That guy out there sitting there. That's
Is he worried
another
about
thing.
price action right now, Patak? Is he worried about
No. You know what he's worried about? He's worried about saving his energy so he doesn't. So he's not paddling or after every wave. Just like you and I and all of us don't need to trade every little setup that we think we see, because then we're going to overtrade. We're going to get tired. We're going to get exhausted.
Yep.
We're not going to keep the powder dry when the opportunity does come. The swell comes in. Hey, caught one.
Are you
He's
watching
right.
surfers out there right now?
Right there, yeah.
That's so
I
badass.
don't know if you guys can see.
How are the waves? And what are they
We
saying?
got
How's the
a
swell?
Euro surfer here.
Hey,
We can't see it too bright.
I don't know. Is that too bright? All right.
Yeah, staring into the void there, Michael.
There's an alien out there that just put the bright light on the planet. Down here in Mexico.
Trades. I was totally bottom fishing, dude. Totally bottom fishing.
Speaking of seizing opportunity, you guys hear about
Lottery
this?
winner.
Well, no, this is a great story. This guy in the UK won a 2.4 million pound lottery and bought a pool table, and now he's going to represent England in the European Pool Championship.
Huh.
Respect.
But he bought his way in?
Yeah.
Is that how Olympics are working now? Huh? Or whatever it is. Oh, what is it?
It's the European National Championship. Give the guy a break, man.
I mean, it sounds like you can just buy your way into clubs over there.
This
I don't
guy-
know.
Looks like
So
Danny
with the
Warp-
2.4 mil, he bought himself a pool table and just became badass at it.
Yeah.
You probably gave him a lot of time.
Gave him a lot of time, right, John?
A lot of time, man.
Uh-huh.
I was watching something yesterday where a guy took home $22 million off a lottery winning, and he didn't tell anybody except his wife, his kids, his friends. Nobody knows he has this money.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know they have that money?
It was like some sort of podcast, and he wasn't on screen. And he said, "Yeah, I got $22 million in the bank. I've told only my wife. Nobody else even knows about it.
Oh.
Kids, friends, family, nobody."
Oh, yeah. When he picks up his buddy in a brand new Lambo, you don't think his buddy's be like, all right, come on, what are you doing here?
It's rented.
It's yeah.
It's a lease.
I don't know what's going on with that John Hoagland and his family. He's driving all these new cars.
The exotic car showed up.
Got them all parked at the front. I just park them all in my house.
No,
Yeah, that's like
buy new cars. I'd buy old classic cars.
Oh, 100%.
I don't need
Taking
a
heat,
Lambo.
taking
Give me a GTO.
taking heat on my 39s. It's just the one lot left that we wanted to get married to. You know, when it was a for sure trade that we all wanted to get into. Guys, if you hear us do all that, maybe thinking about taking the opposite of that one sometimes. Usually when we all get convicted in the same way, this is going up. We get married to that one.
Then we're screwed, right?
This one. You know, it is pretty telling. No, I didn't get stopped out.
We're sitting here trading this market like it's going somewhere.
It was died out around the 30-minute 200 period moving average, the 1 hour 100 period moving average, and up by Thursday or Friday settlement. And remember, guys, settlements are always interesting numbers because it's where the market ended the day at.
And that's where the exchange marks margin at the end of the day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So if you're short on margin, you're going to find out then.
Understand the game of futures trading.
Understand the rules, man. I've been doing this for almost 20. I've never even considered that.
What? You knew that was considered overnight margin, which is always full margin.
I get that, but what the significance of how far you get from settle in respect to margin? Yeah, never considered that ever, and that's blind spot on my part. Never.
Flores, I'm up 5K today. Hell yeah, nice.
Short on margin, but we got butter. Andy, fire drill.
Andy.
What are you at today, MP?
935 right now, and growing on this long.
And
kind of got stuck at this. Kind of got stuck on this one. John, I'm really looking to cover, but
Well, you be you. I hate that, but I just said it.
Well,
you can say to each its own.
You be you.
Yeah.
Live your best life. What the hell does that mean?
That one, Johnny.
What the hell does that mean?
Johnny.
That's a stupid frame that people put above when you walk into the entryway of their house. Right next to home is where the heart is.
Yeah. Right.
Yikes.
Wine o'clock.
Wine o'clock. Yeah, stuff like that. All right. I went to Target too. You know, come on.
Yes. Live, laugh, love. There you go.
I'm a big fan of the porch rules. Sometimes you'll see it where they have like the front porch rules that are very saccharine. It's like everyone gets a porch.
No bare feet. No fighting.
Mm-hmm.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
No spitting.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Buffett.
Ollie, I closed. You're right. I did 43s. When you said that, guys were talking, so I closed in 43s.
Beware of the white.
Ollie, I went with you, Ollie. I was already thinking about it. You came in here. Team trading, Ollie.
Yep.
No regrets. I'm glad I got out of 43s right now. Like happy wife, happy life.
Crude real heavy here.
Andy, I don't know if they make that happy wife, happy life anymore sign.
Hey, Eddie, we said heavy short or heavy long?
No, we're short.
Wow.
We're taking a dump here.
Okay.
We're a little crude. Interesting. Trying to get back to where it was here before this
That looks so much fun.
overnight move.
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys hear about this 7'4" basketball player for the Spurs?
Oh yeah, out of France.
Rookie.
Yeah,
He's got a wing. They call it the wingspan, 8 feet.
Yeah,
jeez.
He's the real deal if he stays healthy.
It looks like he's got some meat on him. Usually these guys that are that tall are like really skinny and fragile. But he's from France. Oh,
Victor Wembanyama.
yeah.
They, tall guys like that can break down pretty easily, right? But
Yeah.
this guy
The
looks.
bones aren't made for that. The feet will get them.
These guys are agile though, big ones.
Yeah, it's a lot of
like
stress
tall.
on the feet, though. It's a lot of stress on the feet and the joints and stuff. So we'll see. But I hope he does, because the stuff
Hope he
he's been
does
showing,
good. Sure. Yeah.
he looks. I mean, this kid looks wild, man. This is the future. You want to talk about
Well,
aliens?
you go to a game and a 6'2" guy looks like a Muggsy Bogues, nowadays.
May the Lord bless his
Obviously.
cartilage. Ain't that right, Dolby? Because cartilage is cartilage. We all have the same cartilage. No matter how tall or
Yeah.
short you are, cartilage is cartilage. Yeah.
You got a paddle border out there. Uh-oh.
We got a question here.
Uh-oh.
Just creep them lower.
Take a look at the tilt here. If you're asking S&P going higher and lower, give you an idea where some of these traders are.
Mm-hmm.
Tilt is on the top, the very top running banner. You're going to see where it says average entry. That is an average price. It's going to see the percentage sign, and it's going to let you know how many percentage you're short and how many are long.
You know what's also a great one, Eddie, up there? Like, look at Samantha T. Short 2 crude, 84.77, up 2,500. You get to see what some of these kick-ass XFA traders are doing right now. Kyle R.
Yep.
Long 1
Hey.
from 64. 764. So Kyle R. Hold on, is that our Kyle R? No. Friday Kyle?
No, Kyle. That's Kyle Kozlowski. He's Polish from Chicago.
Hey,
I know a thing or two about that.
good old Polish
you're
people.
Polish.
I love
You're
Polish.
Polish from Chicago.
Indeed.
Are you? You're Polish? Yeah, my
am.
wife's
Top-
Polish.
yeah.
Talk.
Well,
That's what my
hold
mom
on.
said. She goes, find a good Polish woman. And just by chance, she's Polish.
Yeah. It can go both ways, Eddie.
Well, I got lucky then, I should say.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, Michelle's awesome.
Yes, she is.
See, look at some of these XFA traders. Short 3. Let's go. Gilliam. Short 3. 856. Wow. U Becker.
OD39's
great
asking, are poor highs repaired yet? Not sure what you mean. Poor highs repaired.
Johnny be able to help with that question.
Okay, well, Johnny is taking a break, though, before his interview.
Look, there's a question for Anne-Marie Bands. She's got her own fan club here in our chat. What's your suggestion about how to begin to trade crude? There you go, Anne-Marie. Well, it says, yes, poor highs are taken out. Thank you,
I got
Topstep.
long 30. You got long 34 halves, Jack. Pull back. Want to get long. Just got long 38 halves. I got an average price of 36 half. 2 lot.
How many did you buy? Oh, 2?
Yeah, 1 then 1. I put a stop to enter, guys. I do every now and then a stop to enter.
Explain that.
The NASDAQ rips, and I like to sometimes catch the rip higher by putting a stop higher to enter the trade, not to exit.
So you try to catch the momentum there, or you catch a run?
Try to catch the momentum a bit.
Gotcha.
Like, I'm going to keep this one light and tight because I do like buying the 20s down there, getting along the 20s on a pullback, which I'm going to get out of 1 because I still like the 11. So I'm going to get out of 2. Shit. I double clicked. Don't double click.
You got a 4 line on now.
No, I'm flat now. Just going to wait for a bigger pullback.
Yeah, that would be nice. This is a what do we got today? Man?
There's a little bit.
We got big time earnings coming out. Patak, you'll be long gone. You'll be 35,000 feet in the air by the time these earnings come out.
Oh, yeah.
Alphabet, Visa, Microsoft, a lot of tech that obviously will be NASDAQ.
Yeah, this whole week we got a lot going on. Earnings.
Yeah, I saw
Show me
that.
20s. Show me 820s. Yeah, no, I noticed.
What did you notice?
All the earnings. I read the weekly kickoff.
Earnings.
Weekly kickoff. You guys all get in your inbox.
Hell
It's definitely
man.
good information.
They bust their ass on that email too, and it's super valuable. You should probably charge for that. I mean, it's like Barron's. Like, I mean,
I ain't charging for anything.
you know what I'm saying.
There's value in it. I get it.
Well, taking a look at what we've got going forward today, coming up here in about 10 minutes or so, we're going to get Brett on for shoulder tap. Power players today. We got John London and Hogue. Going to be talking. Hogue's going to be talking to John London. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, animals, vegetables, and minerals, the top quiz is back. We're going to have Jack and Alyssa.
11:45.
11:45, like the man
By
said.
popular demand.
Yeah. And then we got group coaching. Coach Paul. I will be joining Coach Paul with group coaching at high noon Central Time. And if you're wondering when Central Time is, it's right now in Central Time. It's 10:21 a.m.
Jack, I'm long from 19 evens and 2 lot. 19 evens. I wanted to buy 20s. I got 19 evens. It sold off down to, 10s. Here's your heat. And look at that stop run.
Be careful.
Look at that stop run. Did you see that? How thin it got?
Yup. Just try to play the vacuum, right?
Yeah. Wow. Look at that stop run. Can we say scratched on the day?
Yeah, both.
Just like that, guys.
All right,
Just like that.
And this is low volume too, so for now.
God, that floor really pulled out from underneath us. 30 minute pull back volume 80s.
Volume's picking up. Or something came out.
Wow, that's a pullback.
He was Dolby, weak tops for sure. That was quite the rug pull. Indeed, cut that short. Boom, good job.
Yeah, good job, guys. I got shellacked on that.
Dollar getting stronger.
The floor literally fell out from underneath me.
Yeah.
Happens. Trade all day, scratch right now.
Hey, just got a message from Coach Paul. Today's theme is going to be the zone developing confidence, discipline, and a winning trading attitude. That's a cool one.
I need a
12
tune
o'clock.
for that.
Patak, I can feel it through this freaking.
I'll save you a seat,
camera right
MP.
now, dude. Don't take a look at that ocean.
There's a paddleboarder out there now.
Good.
And a surfer.
Should be you.
I'm not really an ocean guy.
More of a mountain guy.
More of a mountain guy.
Supposed to be getting dumped on the end of the week.
There's no sharks in the mountains.
There are no sharks. There's bears in the mountains.
There are bears. Bears are friendly. I wouldn't say that, but
At least the cartoon bears are, right? Yeah.
right. Oh, we just sold down to 90. What?
Yeah, we
9s? 93s. Wow.
Yeah, it's
23s, 93s, 30 handles on that mic. 20, 30. Yeah. It's a legit move.
think so.
I mean, it was.
Oh, that was for sure. A minute left in this candle.
Nothing on tilt.
There's been nothing until there's been a little bit. What to the upside? 75%. Maybe we saw long.
Okay. That was just short end Q from 14,867. Thinking of holding. Man one. 867. Nice. Nice trade.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Where are you covering? Man one, where do you like the cover at?
we go.
What we got? What we got?
Nothing right now.
I'm trying to figure out what
14,867, huh?
what triggered this sell-off.
This is just
Just stops getting hit.
It's just-
Everyone
the longs getting paid all morning that then got stuck.
Yep, they got caught.
That's probably what it is.
Agreed.
The longer time frame longs that then just got.
Well, I guess I should be happy I had my stop in then, right? That's why you have stops.
That's why you have
CYA. Yeah.
Your ass for sure. Yep. All right. Found the silver lining there.
Yeah.
Jenner B, what'd you say bang for? You close out a trade here? London close. James says
Aye.
that.
Coming up.
Coming up here in 5 minutes, yeah.
Doc's barking at people.
No, I mean I'm trying to get some positive feelings going on with other people making. It's not fun taking a winning day that you're carving up the market and then having a couple bad trades.
It's not, dude. Hey, you see crypto's rallying hard these days, Patak?
I don't give a shit about cryptos. Woozy woo.
Stop. Oh, dude.
Yeah.
Rallying super hard, man.
Yeah, so Satoshi comes out of the closet and says, "Well, it's all mine." Click. I don't know.
Oh, you're killing me today, dude.
Still sitting on those apes.
You're still sitting on those damn apes, dude. You're cracking me up today, man. Oh, shit.
I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe jokes on jokes on.
I think we all know.
Oh, we know about that one. Bitcoin, I blockchain. Yeah, it makes a ton of sense. Just close on a house is like 10 people at a title
100%.
company to figure out how to make sure deed and title and all that. I mean, just like put it in like
That makes
the
sense.
blockchain. Yeah.
Dave the trader, I'm looking that way too. Looking for a breakout here in gold. See if we can get it past here. Where's the tilt? Kamal Bora. Where's the tilt and how do you see it? It's on the very top of the scrolling banner. It's going to give you what the product is, what the average entry is, what percentage is short, and what percentage is long. So you can find that at the top of the screen.
Samantha short 2 NASDAQ at 14,871, up 2,400.
Very nice.
And 2 at 866. Watch these. These are traders. I mean, like everybody, these guys are up money, and you get to see what their position is right here, right now. That's other information that we're going to share with you guys. It is useful. Maybe you could say, well, that Lawrence, I keep seeing Lawrence up there, long 3 from 755. Okay, Lawrence, exactly. Lawrence is long 3 from 755. I'm assuming, it's not a hard assumption, that he has been long from the damn open. or overnight, 755. All day long has been, Lawrence has been long. Because he couldn't find an entry till 755. Was at
I'm looking.
3:30 in the morning. So it's just good to know Lawrence C. long 3 from 14,755. That's a 3 a.m. trade, unless they got to put it on at the overnight. All day hold in the money, big time. Now it's squeezing on them though. Squeezing on them.
Long from 4260, Deepesh, I'm looking. We'll see if we get there first. Depends how we get there. If it's slow, perhaps. But if we're ripping lower, I'm not going to get in front of it, especially today.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking to buy pullbacks, and I don't know if it's the smartest move.
We've been getting killed buying pullbacks this whole way down. Everything's holding.
Gentlemen, we don't want you to get killed. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take a little coffee break, tea break, bourbon on the rocks, juice box, Tang, whatever you're drinking. We're going to take a break and we're going to bring Brett on for shoulder tap. We'll be right back. All right, we are back with Brett. Brett, how are you, Brett?
Hey, good morning, Eddie. I'm doing well, thank you. How are you?
I am fine, thank you very much. Look at who we got here with us today. We got Michael Patak, south of the border. Speaking of Taco Tuesday.
I would love to see it. Hey, Michael on vacation, and Andre.
What's up?
Andre just, I think he went to get some more coffee that he doesn't drink. So he's hooked now.
Very
I don't drink
good.
coffee.
Maybe that bourbon idea triggered him.
Maybe. That's okay.
Speaking of being up, I've got a familiar name to all of us. We've mentioned him before, but Hughes, and just in case you don't know or haven't heard who Hughes is, Hughes was a trader in the live funded markets who moved to their live account roughly 3 weeks ago and started with $23,000 in their account. Again, real money, live markets. Hughes is a NASDAQ trader. And Hughes has gotten their account from $23,000 up over $100,000 and taken a $50,000 payout.
Wow. New numbers, new highs.
Today's not a bad day. It's not his best day, but I've been watching it fly around all over, but he's flat right now and he's up $64 away from $25,000 on the day.
Come on.
Whoa.
I mean, I love that because these traders are so much better than I'm trading, and they get to be on the Topstep prop firm team. And it's just all the reasons why we created Topstep, to find talented traders that can rise up to the occasion and keep producing. It's just so exciting to see. And Hughes has been a cover story, a headline story since we started TopstepTV, right?
He really has. We've been
much
talking about him since just about day one, I think, or that does align closely with the start of Hughes' live funded account.
Yeah. It's awesome.
So in addition to Hughes, we've got Patrick Wayland in the Express funded account. He's off to a very solid start in his Express funded account, which he can take payouts from based on the data that we're able to collect from the trading. And Hughes, on his first day, started out with a $4,000 winner in the Express funded account. Yesterday, he posted $20,000, and today he is trading, and he's up $2,000 today so far.
Nice.
So he's rolling right along.
Which one? Patrick Wheeland,
Wheeland, yes.
The Wheeland, yeah. He's our guy in here. He's our partner. Yeah. And Patrick, if you're still on, I think you went and bought a couple of boat motors or something like that.
Boat motors. Not no trolling motors. Those Johnson.
So is he the fisherman that you're trying to get out fishing with, Michael?
I'm not quite a fisherman, so I'm inviting him to Vegas for the the futures trader Topstep Expo that we are looking to put together. We're just kind of putting a whole, who's all able to come, and then I'll get it on my table to be like, hey, do we want to approve this and Topstep sponsor this and set it all up? So, but yeah, no, it's good stuff. Patrick, nice work. Hughes, continuing.
That sounds great. I hope Patrick is able to make that to the Vegas meetup. As far as the shoulder taps, it's an up day. We've got Dannon in an Express funded account from Switzerland. He's a NASDAQ trader also. Their average P&L is $1,600. They are highly selective with trades, as well as they take regular payouts. So far in this Express funded account, they've taken almost $12,000 in payouts.
Oh, nice.
And the thing I like so much is very selective with the trades. Trades less than 50 contracts a day, and oftentimes it's so easy to overtrade, especially when you have bad starts to your day. Your contract numbers go up, and up. Fees get expensive. It's not often that I say this, but I'm actually going to say this for both Dannon and the next trader that I talk about. But maybe take a few more trades. try a 1 or 2 lot here and there. Risk a couple $100 trying to see if something works. Or if you're already doing that, keep it up, because hey, you're taking money out of the markets, and that's what we're all here for.
Mm-hmm.
Right. The thing is, I mean, you've got to be very committed to only risking a couple hundred. Usually a lot of traders will get in that situation and go, okay, one more trade, another couple hundred. I'll get it this time. But you've got to commit and say, okay, I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, then I'm done for the day. And you got to promise yourself that.
So much easier said than done. We've all been there. The next trader that I wanted to talk about was Hussein, also in an express funded account, and NASDAQ trader. Their average daily P&L is just shy of $2,200. And the thing I like so much about Hussein is his average intraday P&L low is minus $50. I mean, I could take notes from you and learn a thing on how to trade from you and hope that you can keep this up with 86% winning days. You took a payout of $7,000 yesterday, and you're also highly selective with your trades, who also takes less than 50 contracts on the day. And I don't think in this account you've had a single day where you've made a total of 10 trades or more. So
that's numbers. Yeah, that's good numbers.
Absolutely.
I liked the little thing that you put there. No weakness to this note at this time. So he's just pedal to the metal, man. Nice job.
Right? That's very nice job. Oh yeah.
So love to see it. I mean, Hughes.
That it?
That's it. I mean,
okay.
When we're doing well, we're doing well, and
we're doing well.
Keep it up. Hughes, lock it in. Patrick, lock it in. Let's see if we can get you up to a live funded account, Patrick, and let's rock and roll.
Oh yeah,
hey, Brett.
All right, cool.
Brett, before you go, we got a lot of new people here wondering who's this Brett guy? What does he do? Risk manager, and what do you do? What do you do basically?
So, as a risk manager, we're reviewing all of the funded level accounts at Topstep. We're reviewing the trading activity, seeing who's ready for their chance in the live markets and opportunity to trade in the live markets and hopefully thrive, similar to Hughes, but really making sure that nobody gets into trouble. And one thing that I have found is sometimes it's easier to look from the outside than look at your own trading and say, I need to do this. For me, when people would walk up to me and tell me, hey, you know what, quit doing that, it struck a different chord. But as a risk manager, we're monitoring all the funded level account activity and making sure that we're not taking or making delivery on a product. Traders are in the right markets as far as the contract month goes. And just making sure that our traders can lock in profits as well, because that's what we're all here for.
Awesome. Another quick question. Can you tell us what Hughes is trading?
Hughes is in the NASDAQ.
NASDAQ, there you go.
He exclusively trades the NASDAQ. I mean, it's been a wild day for him. When I first started watching him earlier today, he, I think, was around $12,000, and I've seen him. This is the high that I've seen for him today, and he's been flat for about 45 minutes. And I encourage people to stop while you're ahead. You don't go broke taking profits.
Okay. You got any big losers today?
The losers, there have been a few daily loss limits with the volatility that we've seen in the markets. And some of it is over trading. Some of it is just the volatility and taking on too much contract size. Anytime you're struggling in the markets, I find it very helpful to, you know what, say to myself in the morning, I'm going to work for $200 today. I just need a day that's not in the red. And sometimes that's all it takes, or 2 or 3 of those days in a row, just so I can get a little bit of confidence back, dip my toes into the markets, and get the ball rolling again.
Cool. Well said. Well said. All right, Brett, anything else for us today, my friend?
I think we're good. I heard you guys talking that we're going to have John London coming up on Power Players in a little bit. Looking forward to that. Other than that, going to talk to some traders and lock in those profits.
Awesome. Brett,
Awesome.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Brett.
We'll get you back here tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. And he's back. He's gone. Testo.
like Batman.
Down the bat pole. Arslan's asking, what age is the youngest live funded trader here in Topstep? Well, the rule law is you've got to be 18. And I know that we've had 18-year-olds funded. So hopefully that answers your question.
I think we've had younger, but their parents had to sign their agreement or something like that.
Kids in high school. I want to say kids
We
in
had
high
a whole
school.
family.
Yeah.
We had a father, a daughter, two sons, I think.
Yeah.
All trading together. I remember that. Remember we did the interview with that the gentleman in high school trading penny stocks up $200,000.
Jeez.
I don't
Do you remember that, Michael?
No, what year was that?
Oh gosh, it was. I think when we had our first office.
We were on the trading floor for the first 4 years.
On Jefferson, I think it was on Jefferson.
Was it?
So we contact this trader. I guess he got trading penny stocks, $200,000. Great way to go.
I gotta throw up the disclaimer real quick on that.
Oh, throw it up. There it is. It's penny stocks, right?
Not sure I'd recommend that.
No, not at all. I myself have gotten buried.
Jack, I'm long a 2-lot from 83.5.
10-year yields are grinding lower. I don't know if I'm fishing for reasons here.
783.5, 2-lot, light and tight. I like the entry, but really it's not holding. And the floor falls out from this NASDAQ pretty damn quickly.
Yeah, dude.
Who took that long in gold? We were waiting for that pop upside. And made a nice little run here. See if we can continue.
783.5, 783.5, 2-lot, 783.5. Show me 20 handles sometime. You show me a lot of 10 handles. That doesn't mean too much as far as
What time's your flight today?
Left an hour ago.
Oh, great.
Yeah, the change flight is going to be more than mine. No, I'm joking. It leaves at 2:10.
Okay. All right.
I mean, the Topstep jet, I mean, it's you leave whenever you want, right?
Left an hour ago.
My wife's like, I'm out. All right, give me a pop. Give me a pop. Bring it up to OSAP.
Hold on. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, 10-year yields. I know I keep bringing them up, but we continue to retreat. We sure did run away from that 5% yield once we touched it, which was interesting.
That might have been the blow off top in the 30-year.
Could have been, man. Really could have been.
How does all that, guys? How does all that, Jack and Andre? How does all that matter to the markets that majority of us are trading, like S&Ps or NASDAQ?
Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, I mean, yields are everything. You know, when they talk about, so-called smart money or whatever else, is it's mostly institutional players that are in the treasuries, really making their bets, putting their money where their mouth is. Banks, sovereign wealth, everything else. That 5+%. I nearly spit out my Merlot.
Ooh.
When I saw I was in Napa. When I saw that that move, I think it was yesterday. I haven't had a chance to look at the markets, but that was a real compression in yields out there. Because it starts looking pretty juicy. I mean, the best trade of the last 40, 50 years was if you had gotten in at those 15, 20%, 30-year bonds. That's 30 years of 20% return that I believe does not get federally taxed as well. I mean, like, it's when they start getting above 5, it looks awfully juicy to people to get in there.
Sure does.
Yes, it does.
The buyers came in. Yeah. So when you buyers come in, right, treasury prices go higher, yields go down, go lower. So
but
that's essentially what Jack is saying right there.
Back to your thing about how does it affect equities? Well, it affects the cost of money, right?
Right.
And for every business is looking to grow or stuff like that, they don't like having to pay more to finance things. And so that's why people are afraid of inflation, higher rates, stuff like that. So if we see the yields come down, that's overall going to be bullish for equities.
In theory.
Speaking of bullish, I just covered evens.
Nice.
So I'm back up $600. So yeah, these rates, when you say the rates, are high where they're at right now, there's this flight to quality. But at the same time, like, rates were high at the beginning of this year. Was it this year or last year? I don't know when it started going up. Last year. Yeah, 22. Last year. Yeah, and the market screamed higher. So it's like, hey, you might think that parking your cash over here, making 5% is great, but the market's
doing better. It's
index.
Better.
It's yielding better.
That was tricky. So, that was super tricky. A super tricky trade.
Nobody really saw that one coming, did they? And the next thing you know, you're like, then you're like, oh, it kind of makes sense. Like, if you have pretty much guaranteed 5%, then take more risk in the markets, and it proved 30% or something that year. I don't know exactly what it was. It's always that's an interesting conversation to always have.
It is. It's kind of the genesis of what Talking Shop was. Kind of talking about that. Talking about the overall, the macro. Talking about the overall macro view of where the economy is, which does bleed into markets, especially equities, especially crude with what's happening in the Middle East. I remember, that Saudi production cut along with Russia. I kind of thought we were going to see oil prices scream to 100, but they kind of put the brakes on that with, still not totally sure why. But, now we're trading in the 80s, and the bulls got hurt a little bit on that one.
I also see people asking about tickers for yields. If you want to see the yields, so if you want to see the prices of the futures, the 10 years, the ZN, 30 years ZB. But for the yields, you can do US 10Y would be the 10-year, US 30Y, the 30-year, and US 02Y would be the 2-year.
Yep. That was a nice long Patak.
Well, Michael, you were talking about that Las Vegas trip, that expo. 738 votes, 61% said, sure, we'll be there. 39% said, sorry, I can't make it.
Wow. 61% of us will have a good ass time. The other ones, we will probably have the show. We're probably going to have the show down there. It's not for sure. You guys will get an email when it becomes for sure. But we're talking to Caesars right now about, like, how do we get the broadcast on the with the casino floors, and
all of us in the same room would be really cool.
Yeah, and I don't want it in a conference room. It's just going to be really cool. I'm like, what are we at, a convention selling blenders? No, I want to get us all. I want to get the trader. I want to get all us traders to be. They have so many little pockets at Caesars that you can. So we're trying to find out if you can rent that. Then we're going to have a studio kind of pop up that we can do a broadcast out of. Maybe interview some folks. All that should be really fun, and then we're also seeing if we can get low rates. These are all questions that we're asking. Get low nightly rates, and then see how much Topstep is going to be able to cover, and then make it really fun.
As long as we're not broadcasting in the basement with that vice grip. With the vice.
Casino?
With the vice.
Like Joe Pesci.
Joe Pesci, that's right. Hey.
He caught that guy cheating at blackjack. He took care of him.
Oh, yeah.
Ouch.
Is that your hitting hand?
Yeah, remember that? You better learn it with the other hand or something like that.
I remember Joe Pesci in the movie when he's like on a bender on the blackjack table, and De Niro gets the phone call, come down. And Andre, it's always when I'm like done with things, like 10, then cut them off.
Yep.
Well, you know that he was a Spilatro, right? His kid was a trader in the S&P pit.
Yeah, Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which one, De Niro?
No, the Joe Pesci.
Pesci's character.
Spilatro.
Oh, Pesci's
the Spilatro
character.
brothers that ended up in a cornfield.
Yep, in the cornfield, that whole like cornfield scene, right?
Terrible.
Terrible.
I have a great, it might be hypocritical, Joe Pesci story that I've heard many people tell about someone seeing him in an airport, like a kid coming up to him, and Joe Pesci just asking, like, "Hey, who's your favorite actor, kid?" He says, "You, Joe Pesci," and then he gave him $100 bill and said, "You're right."
I could use the last kick. I'll be very honest with you.
Yeah,
that sounds like it could be true. I believe it.
Yeah. You make memorable things like that. Like, you guys ever watch Nathan For You? It's a really funny show, but he's like, all these actors do these big tips and they get media attention and all that. So he faked like it was like Kramer from Lookalike, and faked like he was giving him a monster tip or something of that nature. And it was like made the whole, like, it made news. So, you know, whatever the guy's name, Kramer guy, tips waitress, blah blah blah, and he just made the whole thing up. It's a funny little like kind of spoof show.
That's perfect.
It's not going to hurt you. You always hear about some of these celebrities like, oh, that person doesn't tip, or they're mean to this. And
No tip
extra
and
$100.
No tip
and pippin'. Yep.
It's true.
It's crazy.
What is that nickname stuck with him forever too?
Yeah. Hey, Jack, I got to cut out. I got to start packing, get the kids.
Thanks for jumping.
All ready to go.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, I had fun. Ended up the day 575.
Good. Close it. We'll see you. You gonna be on tomorrow or it's travel day?
I'll be on tomorrow because I'll be back in the office.
Cool. From the beaches to the mountain.
Oh yeah, sea to shining
From
sea.
the beaches to the mountains. There's a song there.
There is a song. We can give it to AI. They'll write it for us. All right, Patak, thanks for joining, man. It was good hanging out. And this is a nice little test to see how we could do this when people are on the road.
I didn't think Wi-Fi would work that well, but it looks like we did.
Worked out
So guys,
pretty
have a good one. Yeah, trade well, and always trade for tomorrow. I'm out. I'll see you guys.
See you, man. All
Thanks,
right.
boss.
Patak out.
All right. Top of the hour. We've got John Hoagland with Power Players. That's coming up in just a little bit. But Dre, how'd you fare today?
I am down currently $600. It was down 800, got it back to down 100, now down $600. All good. I tried getting long. I thought there were going to be pullbacks, and that certainly wasn't a pullback. Just followed through to the downside. Manageable losses. If I didn't have my stops in, I probably would have hit my loss limit. So that's why you have your stops in. Lesson learned. Not too much damage. Still up on the week.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. So we got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday to still trade the sucker. I'm not gonna lie, it was a very underwhelming market today. I mean, we've been in as far as S&Ps go since the open. Oh hell, we've been in a 20-point range. Good luck to you, man. I mean, you can trade that. You chop that up. Good to you. Good on you. But
perfect example of what we talked about earlier. For every contract traded, there's a winner and there's a loser. I think Mike was up 6. You're down 6.
Yeah,
Perfect
like George K
example.
just said. MP took Andre $600.
Yeah. Well, I was getting there before George posted. But
sorry,
you were rambling and
that coffee, man. I'm not drinking coffee tomorrow either. I'll tell you that.
We'll have to see too. I almost want to poll: is MP going to start launching trades from the sky? From 30,000.
Between us, it wouldn't be the first time. I'll tell you that. It would not be the first time. So yeah.
Real quick here, gold is making a real nice run here.
Right, so this market's moving out
just
there.
hit the 200 SMA. How many are long in gold? It's something that I want to know. Not too many people are trading gold, but we've been sort of talking throughout the day, like we like the upside. How many people took advantage of this move?
Yeah, like I said, sounds like crude and gold was where the party's at today.
Yeah. I mean, but it took a while. I mean, if you look at it, it's like a blender. There was really no directional move, and then all of a sudden we were waiting for the breakout, and we sort of took it up.
For sure. So yeah, lesson learned. Kept it tight. Losses are manageable, and we'll definitely, like what Michael signed off with, always trade for tomorrow. So I'll definitely be able to trade for tomorrow. Anything I make will be pure profits on the week, so I'm good there. Light loser. What are you gonna do? But yeah, trade the good markets.
Well, you know what, though, Andre? I like the attitude. Hey, it's going to happen. I don't see revenge trading, emotions trading. You're a professional trader, so you understand that losing is part of the game. So,
it is part of the game. It's it's part of the game. I mean, truth be told, I was overtrading this shitty market, but whatever. That's fine. I'm done with it. But there's plenty ample more opportunity coming up. We got the whole afternoon still. We've got 4 more hours open here in these states. So yeah, not done with today by any means.
I saw someone mention in the comments as well about anyone trading Bitcoin. I'm genuinely curious. Is there anyone out there who's trading the Bitcoin future?
I saw the BTC.
Well, I mean, Bitcoin.
Shout out to Jay. Yeah.
Bitcoin today staged its biggest one-day rally in a year. It gained like 10.2, and then it jumped another 5%. And they're talking it was around the 35,000 plus.
Yep.
So highest since May 2022.
Yeah, the crypto bros are getting a little louder today. They're chirping.
It's a wake up. I mean,
I've got friends that are crypto bros. Yeah.
Everyone's got a friend that's a crypto bro.
Indeed. Some are more quiet than others, but boy, when it starts rallying, they start barking. They come up from the dead like the Undertaker. Well, you know that meme.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, they all moved to AI.
Yes, I know. AI I can believe in. There's something there. But Bitcoin, the technology makes sense. As far as trading as a currency, it's got a long ways to go, needless to say.
Yeah.
Hot take.
Boiling hot take.
If you're coming here for lava hot takes.
Boiling hot. Only here at TopstepTV do you get those type of takes.
Like, yeah, it could be good. Maybe it will be. I don't know.
Yeah, it's got a ways to go. Bitcoin futures. We do not offer Bitcoin futures. We looked into it, and then
I think we offer. Don't we offer the micro Bitcoin?
I don't know. I didn't get the email if we did.
Let's look into that. Danielle's probably having a heart attack right now.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, Danielle. We
did. Just contact support. John Jones, good targets in gold. Well, I mean, we did hit that 200. 100's 83.60, and the 50 is at 86.80, and right below settlement. I mean, if you take a look at the overnight we sort of took a crash here, little dump through the overnight. So, I'm sort of looking eventually we get back to around the 87, that settlement. Not today, maybe today. I mean, the way we're moving now, but I'm keeping my eye there. No trades, but my eyes are open.
It's a good place to be.
Sure.
So I was thinking right now, boys, we can sign off to take a little coffee break, and then we'll have John London on.
Cool.
We got London on the track.
Yeah, I can see Hogue in the waiting room already.
All right, cool. I'll jump out right now, guys. It was awesome today. Thanks for letting me join in on Fast Markets. I will be back for Talking Shop tomorrow. I think we got Deanna back doing Fast Markets. Patak will be in the office, so he'll be rearing to go. And that was a lot of fun today. Thanks for joining us. We had a super solid audience, good vibes, and we'll be at this tomorrow.
All right, Andre, I'll meet you in the alley, okay?
You got it, man. Let's do this.
All right.
We'll be right back.
That's what I said. Yeah.
You can say it one more time. You want to do it one more time?
Hit him, Eddie.
We'll be right back.
Oh, you guys. I'm out of here.
All right, traders, it is time for our Power Players segment. My name is John Hoagland, and with me is John London. This is my first opportunity to have a conversation with Mr. London. It's great to have you with us today, John. Can you tell us a little bit about who you are, what you like to do, and who you are as a trader?
Sure. So I run the beginner trading YouTube channel and community. We focus mostly on just kind of helping new traders. I don't claim to be an expert or anything like that. Completely free channel, and we mostly focus on economic reports, stock trading, futures trading, and basically all things market. Been running it for a few years now, and definitely passionate and enjoy trading for sure.
And as for what you like to do outside of trading, what is it that you do? I see a lot of folks into some martial arts lately.
Yeah, for sure. Lately, my latest hobby has been Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's abbreviated as BJJ. I've only been doing it. I'm a white belt. I'm terrible at it. But it's been my latest kind of interest or passion. I'm a huge nerd, and so I program. We do some React Native mobile programming and development, big into MMA, UFC, sports in general. My Astros recently lost the playoffs, and so I'm still kind of, grieving from that. But yeah, I'll get over it, I guess. Texas is still in there, so that's all good.
Well, that's right. I mean, you're from a little town outside of Houston, so I understand the Astros loss there's a problem, but you still got one in there with Texas, right?
That's right. I'd rather it be a Texas team. I'm originally from Louisiana, so Baton Rouge, Louisiana is really my hometown, but we don't have a baseball team, and the Saints, they're not really doing that hot this year, so maybe next year for them. But yeah, Texas is the closest thing. The Houston Astros are the closest thing we have to a team. So
if you're from New Orleans and you live in Texas, who's your favorite football team?
I love the Saints. I also, I root for the Bengals with Joey Burrow, Joe Burrow, but they're not doing that great this year either. Mostly just because I'm a big LSU fan. And so, they won the college championships in 2019. And so I've been kind of following him into the NFL. But like I said, they're not really doing that great this year. He's been injured. And so, kind of focusing on the Saints. I don't know who I'm rooting for outside of that, but.
Yeah. Hey, really quick before we get into it, John London, we have two Johns here. If you could just turn down your mic a little bit.
Oh, sure. Let me see if I can I could probably just push it back a little bit. Does that work? Is that better?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, it might be too close to the mic. It's super sensitive, so all good.
All right. Thanks for that, John. So tell us about beginner trading. How did you begin trading, first of all, and how did you create beginner trading, which is a YouTube channel? Maybe we can get the link for it up there here somehow in the chat.
Sure. So it's youtube.com/beginner trading. So when I first got started trading, it was probably like 2016, and I'll put the link up in our chat. So if you guys want to post it, but so I started trading in 2016. The reason I got started trading is because I went and saw the movie The Big Short, with like Brad Pitt and, Steve Carell. And I had no idea what a short was at the time, so I go see this movie with my now wife, and, I go watch the movie, and I was always like a big poker player. I love poker. Poker's like my first love and kind of, probabilities, I guess I'll call it. And so I was always a big poker player, love chess, love checkers. And so I saw that movie, and it kind of inspired me to want to learn about stocks. And so I started trading in 2016, and I just lost so much money in the beginning that, and this was what kind of when YouTube live streaming was first taking off. Like it was,
Sure.
There was much less people doing it at the time for sure. So we started live streaming and the channel kind of grew from there. But I just wanted to create just a free resource and community where everything's free. We don't claim to be experts, and we just kind of report on market news and economic data. We'll cover CPI and Jerome Powell press conferences and FOMC meetings and earnings. Like it's earnings season now, so a lot of earnings coming out today and tomorrow, and for the next couple weeks. But yeah, just kind of became really passionate about markets back in 2016, and it grew from there.
Well, I love the idea of the free education, the free opportunity to hang out with traders. It's what we're doing here as well, and. I've been trading for over 30 years, and I still don't consider myself to be an expert. So humility is a big part of that. You've been at Topstep here since about 2020, about 3 years. You're currently funded. You're still working through trading combines. Tell me a little bit about your experience at Topstep.
Topstep's great. When I first started trading in 2016, I lost. Back then I was using an overseas brokerage that gave you like 6-to-1 leverage, and I just lost thousands of dollars. When I first started day trading, like most traders do. I think it's kind of a rite of passage almost for traders, and I think
tuition, right?
Yeah, 100%. Right, exactly. And it teaches you risk management as well. And so it's kind of like, I'm not going to say it's a necessary thing to lose, but it certainly conditions you to want to avoid it, if that makes sense. And I think Topstep's great. And I started using Topstep because it's just a way to pay that market tuition, but just to pay less. You're still learning how to trade under pressure. You're still losing if you're new. You're still probably going to lose, but you're going to lose less than putting up $5K yourself and risking thousands of dollars in the market. And it also gets you around the PDT rule. A lot of my community was originally stock traders who, if you can't really day trade if you have less than 25,000 freely, at least in a margin account. And so the futures market makes a lot of sense. And I think it makes perfect sense for traders to start with something like this. And if they're good enough to get funded, they can keep trading on it. And it helps them to lose less in the beginning. But the reward is still the same. If you're good enough to pass it, you still get 10,000 of your first profit. You still get 90% after that. And so I kind of describe it as like the best of both worlds, where you have limited risk. The base combine's like $49. And so if you lose, you're out $50 basically. But if you're good enough to pass it, you're still getting 90%. You're still getting your first 10K. And so in that regard, it makes a lot more sense to start off with this as opposed to putting up, $10,000 yourself and just blowing that quickly, which is what happens to a lot of new traders, including, myself when I first got started.
Sure. I've talked to, probably hundreds of people who've funded trading accounts, futures, and or other things, and have lost considerably more than $10,000 in their tuition. And that's one of the things that I love about Topstep. Lots of things I love about it, but it really provides a much safer place, but still gives you that feeling of duress when you're in a trade, and you still get the feeling like you're at risk. So I really appreciate that. Now, when it comes to futures, you kind of mentioned you wanted to give a little bit of a nod to strategy, tools, time frames. What are you looking at? What kind of strategies are you looking for and using in trading futures?
Sure. So most of the time I trade the NASDAQ, the NQ or the E-mini. It originated from, I used to trade the SPY in stocks, but like I said, to trade the SPY, you need 25K. It's just severely restricted if you want to try to do it. So the futures market was kind of the natural place for me to evolve to, I guess. In terms of strategies, most of the time I'm trading the volume weighted average price, and I'm looking for the best way I can describe it is kind of like a cup and handle pattern. Whenever the 200 EMA and the volume weighted average price, when they're right around each other, when they're close to each other, and you get kind of as an example, you get a big pullback at the opening bell, you get a big drop, and then you get a reversal break of the 200 EMA, break of the volume weighted average price. When it pulls back to that level, the way I always describe it is like technicals it depends. You need consolidated interest of traders with technical indicators, like with the VWAP and with moving averages. A lot of traders watch the 200 EMA. A lot of them watch the volume weighted average price. And so when you pull back to those levels intraday, maybe on a 1 minute or a 5 minute chart, you just get a really high probability setup bounce play when you pull back to that level for a bounce around that spot. I call it a VWAP bounce, or but I'm sure it's called a lot of different things and technical strategies. But it's my favorite. Yeah, for sure. But it's my favorite strategy. I use it a ton. Basically, you just got to be patient with it and wait for. Like I said, for lack of a better words, I call it a cup and handle, where you get a dip and then a reversal and then a break and then a pullback. But yeah, it's my favorite strategy for sure.
Now, looking at this 5 minute chart, it's almost kind of like an inverse cup and handle.
Sure. Yeah, so I look at I never buy high of the days or low of the day breakouts. I think a lot of the time experienced traders are taking profit around those levels because they're kind of the top and bottom of the range. Although I'm sure there's specific strategies that work for high and low of the day breakouts, but I usually
only specific times, right? Only specific times.
Exactly. And you're just going to get faked out a lot there if you buy it right at the high, because it's just such a strong resistance level. It's the top of the range. And when I first started trading, that's kind of all I traded was high of the day breakouts, low of the day, breakdowns. And new traders have this big habit, and I did as well, of just continuing to, attack something that just doesn't work. I know I did it a lot. I got really stubborn with it, and I just kind of kept attacking the strategy, kept losing. When I started to, it's
the easiest path, right? I mean, even though you choose to lose over and over again, you do it over and over again. So it's the easiest thing to do.
Right, exactly. And it's also like you spend so much time learning it that you almost don't want to give up on it, because you've spent so much time and energy trying to master this one thing. And when I noticed that when I started buying pullbacks instead, when I started waiting for it to pull back to the volume weighted average price and then taking profit at the top of the range, my guess, like a lot of other traders, that's when I really started to have better success. And so it's almost like a range attack, where you're buying a pullback towards the middle of the range, covering towards the top, waiting for it to dip again, buying that pullback, covering it towards the top until it either breaks or, right, exactly.
And what time frame chart are you looking at, focusing on mostly?
Mostly 5 minute and 1 minute. So if it's 1 minute, so I have two different phases. So in risk management wise, and I know I talked about this the last time I was on the show, but I think it's good info, and so I'll go ahead and say it again. Usually I try to build up a cushion first. So usually my goal when I first start the day is to try to build up a cushion of maybe $100 to $200 in profit. That way, once I build up that cushion, I'm allowed to take larger risks. And so when I first start, I trade just one contract of the regular E-mini, because if not, it could just go against you so quickly. So once I have that cushion, then I'm allowed to take more than one contract. And that way, if I lose with the larger risk trade, then I'm right back to break even. I'm right back to, square one. I don't have to stress about a big drawdown, which is kind of what destroys accounts. And if I do scale up my size and actually make money from it, then I have a much larger win. And so it kind of creates this situation where when you lose, you're losing small amounts. If I lose $200, $300, I just kind of walk away. But if you have some good winning days, but then you have these really big winning days that can kind of snowball from being able to build up a cushion, take larger risks. If you make more money, you can scale up even more and take larger risks. And you're only really taking that big size when you have a safety net on the day, if that makes sense.
So you're not necessarily going to be leveraging early in the session. You're only going to start to leverage if things are going well and you've got a nice profit on the day already.
Exactly right. So that way you're only taking big risks when you have that cushion, that comfort cushion, that protection from a big drawdown. And if you don't have that, like I said, if it's just not a good day, and I tried to either trade micros or regular E-mini or whatever, and it's just not a good day and I lose $200 or $300, then I just kind of walk away and, small losing day.
Okay. Now, let's say for example, you're up $3,000 in the morning one day, and you're starting to leverage. Is there a point where you're just going to make sure that you're going to end the day a plus player? Are you going to risk 50% of that?
I can. Usually I'm kind of a trading wimp. And so usually if I'm up three or 4,000, I'm usually just kind of wiping my hands and walking away.
Yeah, right. Okay. I'm with that. Right.
Yeah. But if I'm up like, I would say like 500 or 600, that's kind of like my middle range of profit. If I'm up $500 or $600 on the day, depending on the day, if it's a choppy day like today, I'll probably just walk away. If it's a day where we have like a big catalyst coming out, a lot of the time the market can be really choppy ahead of big economic releases and catalysts. So like if we have FOMC meeting later on in the day, the market can be choppy in anticipation of that. And so if it's one of those days, I might just take the $500. But if it's a really volatile day where the market's maintaining a really obvious trend, and we just have a lot of pressure on one direction, those are usually the days where I'll be okay with taking larger size, taking a little bit more risk.
Okay, understood. So what kind of thinking about emotionally what it does? You're up $500, maybe $1,000. You give it all back. How does that affect your mental state?
Well, it's never fun. I think no matter how many times you do it, it's never a good feeling necessarily. But I think like with trading, it's all about conditioning through repetition. Like Pavlov and the dog is the example I always use. You want to do it over and over and over and over again until it becomes second nature to do the correct things. And it also is just less emotionally taxing. You're spending less mental capital to do the same things, where in the beginning, you're really kind of like, you have a good day. You're like, okay, I'm going to be rich. You have a bad day. You're like, it's the end of the world. I'm just going to give up now.
I'm the worst trader ever.
Right, exactly. You're super critical, self-critical, and I think that's part of it with everybody. But the more you do it, the easier it becomes. You just get your reps in, and experience is king. And so the more you do something, the less emotionally taxing it is, and you just kind of get used to the swings.
So would you say that your superpower in trading is just being able to accept these things and not carry it around, not harangue yourself, and also remain humble on winning days?
If I have one, yes. I think I've just gotten used to it. I've been trading for 8 years now, and so I've been, spending so much time at the computer just kind of watching the swings that I think you get used to it over time, and it's certainly helpful. And you can think more clearly whenever it's less emotionally taxing on you. So I think over time, it just becomes easier to not worry about it as much and just make the right decisions, I think.
So what would you say would be your biggest weakness in trading?
My biggest weakness would probably be, I would say sometimes I'm a little bit too active. And so sometimes I trade. I'm not going to say I see patterns when they're not there, but certain days I can certainly get a little bit too active with trading, I'm sure. But I think that's part of it. And, as long as you have good risk systems where you can kind of step away if it's getting too bad, I'm usually pretty good at saying, hey, I'm down X amount, I'm just going to walk away. But yeah, I think sometimes I scalp a lot in trading. So take very quick, 20, 30-second trades based off of.
Well, yeah, off a 1 minute chart, I would say you're a pretty short time frame trader, right?
For sure. Well, it depends. So if I'm building up a cushion, I'll scalp. So I'll take really quick trades. If I have that cushion on the day, like say I'm up 500 or $1,000, then I'll probably pivot to more of a trend trading strategy on like maybe a 1 minute chart, but most of the time like a 5 minute chart afterwards, so that I have a cushion to let the trend play out a little bit safer, if that makes sense. And, when I'm building up that cushion, I'm just taking small base hits to preserve my risk. So I'm not having a huge drawdown, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, hey, it's working for you, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I've been funded on 3 different accounts over the last couple months using that same risk management system. And before it was a struggle. Once I started implementing that, and it's a great universal risk system that you can use, wherever you trade, whatever strategies you trade. And it just works really well to just limit the big emotional days. And when you do swing big, you've already got a cushion. So even if you lose, you're still break even, because you had that cushion beforehand.
Right. So you've been trading for how many years now?
So almost 8. So I started in 2016, and so
Okay.
next year it'll be 8.
What would you say in your tenure as an active trader, particularly in futures, would you say is your most significant improvement?
Sizing. When I first got started, I would just trade crazy large size, just way too big, 5 contracts of the regular E-mini or the NASDAQ, which is much more volatile. Once you get used to it, you scale down a little bit. You don't have to hit home runs every trade. And I think once you get used to that mindset, it's a lot easier to control risk. In the beginning, a lot of times you have like this, I need to just build up these huge profits. But I think it's easier and more calculated to take smaller trades. And for me, at least, to just take a lot of them, take a lot of small trades that add up instead of like a big home run or grand slam.
Okay. What was I gonna? I had a question from that, and it's just like it went out of my head for a second because I looked at I looked at the charts. That's what that's about. So,
yeah, I can kind of see the strategy play out on the chart. Not to interrupt you. Go ahead.
No, that's what I was saying. I mean, this almost looks like an inverse cup and handle, right?
Right. So yeah, it's kind of like a head and shoulders cup and handle. And you kind of see what I mean, where it's like that bottom range where the red line is. I'm not sure what indicator that is, but you can kind of see. Right. So that's my favorite level that I look at, and you can kind of see how much they respect that level. Like it's probably tested that level 5 or 6 times, and usually that's what I'm looking for is like pullbacks to that level. And then a lot of the time, once you get the breaks of that level, which is kind of happening now, most of the time I'll target like a short. Like I'll look for a small bounce back up to retest it and then short that, essentially attacking a range break, if that makes sense. But yeah, I just look for ranges and then wait for those ranges to break. And so I'll attack it if it's in that range and just attack pullbacks, confirming the range. And then if it breaks the range, we'll attack the opposing direction, in this case on the downside.
So this would be, something you're looking for a pullback to that 200 session to look for a short for continuation to the downside.
Correct.
We don't want to sell the new low. We want to get the pullback to that level.
Correct. It just helps the risk. So that way, if it reverses on me after that, then I'm a little bit in a better spot. I'll still have to cut the loss and lose if it continues to rip back up. But it really just gives it more room. A lot of the time, low of the day levels can act kind of like a magnet, so like a lot of the time we'll pull back to that level and test it, but we might not actually break it. And so usually I'm taking partials at those levels. So like say I got in 2 contracts on the bounce, if it bounces up to the 200 level. And then once we tap that low of the day again, I can cover one or cover both and then just kind of rinse and repeat that. So regardless of whether it actually breaks down, you're still kind of protecting the trade and attacking that test of the lows.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to keep an eye on what happens here. S&Ps have already taken out the low of the day, where the NASDAQ is still inside the previous low down here. So
sure.
We'll see how this it continues to play out. So you have a YouTube channel with which you're talking to people, helping people. Everybody is always looking to improve. I'm not an expert. You say you're not an expert. What are a couple of things that are on your mind that you feel as though you can improve on?
So improving, I'm sure. There's some days where just not good days. Like I said, a lot of the time ahead of big economic reports or earnings. Like today we have Microsoft and Google earnings this evening. And so, like I said, letting off the gas a little bit on those days is difficult. I think because I live stream every day, and I have all these people watching, sometimes I'm sure it causes me to have a little bit more pressure to trade than I would say somebody just kind of hanging out at their computer without that aspect of it. But yeah, that's one thing I want to work on a little bit more, is being more selective. But that's just kind of how it goes. And I think if I could have a good risk management system, I'm usually okay from it.
Now, are you trading live actual money on your website on your YouTube channel?
Yeah. So we trade pretty regularly. We trade a little bit of everything. We trade stocks. We trade futures. Don't really do too much crypto trading. Crypto market's kind of the Wild West. I know it's been volatile today, but yeah, it's just been a little bit chaotic with the Grayscale ETF pending approval, which I'm not sure. I always told people if it doesn't get approved, the crypto market's going to struggle. And so I hope that people aren't getting too baked into that move and I think it'll eventually get approved, but the market's already up so much. Bitcoin's at 35K right now. It's one of those things where if it doesn't happen, they're just going to kind of pull the plug and Bitcoin's going to tank. So,
well, I'm seeing now that the ticker for BlackRock Spot Bitcoin ETF is no longer listed on the BTS website. So Coinbase went from 34.4 down to 33.5.
Yeah, for sure. And Coinbase, see, it's just, I love crypto. I think crypto is incredibly useful, but they've got a lot of enemies as well. The banks don't like them to a certain extent, and so there's always, I think they're just volatile. I like the part I like about futures is that you get consolidated volume. The futures market, it's going to be volatile at the open, at the New York Open. It's going to be volatile around 9:30, at least if you're trading NASDAQ or Dow or S&P. Crypto, it's just so hard to find consolidated volume to get those technical patterns to play out that I usually avoid it. But I do cover, we have a crypto channel as well called Beginner Crypto that we cover crypto news on. But I have some in crypto, but, we'll see. I think it's more of a long-term play.
I'm one of the older generation that's very distrustful of it. Can you talk me into believing in it?
Sure, I could try. Number one, there's always risks, and so I'm going to preface everything with I have no idea what it's going to do. I hope it goes up, but you never really know. Now, I think a lot of people look at crypto like it's a currency, and I know cryptocurrency implies that, but I think you have to look at Bitcoin kind of like online gold, or another way to look at it is kind of a decentralized bank. So smart contracts do what tellers would normally do, but you don't have that imperfect human aspect of it. And so it's kind of blockchain essentially tracks the chain and history of purchases, so that's a very useful thing in and of itself. Right. And now I can't agree that crypto, there's so much dilution, I would say, in crypto. There's so many coins that kind of hurt the validity of everything to begin with. But I think the big boys, ETH, Bitcoin, I think because there's a finite amount of them to be able to be mined, that the logic does make sense that they're going to appreciate over time because of that, because they're proof of work, which means that you mine them. And so eventually they're going to become more and more scarce in that regard. Mining them is going to become more and more scarce, that it should increase the value over time. But again, it's
a finite number, right? I mean, there's only so many available.
Exactly. And so I understand that argument as well. But again, I'm a natural skeptic to begin with as well. And so I diversify into a little bit of everything, but I'm also not someone who just says, yeah, buy Bitcoin now, it's going to go to 1 million in 2 years or whatever it is, because, I've been watching it long enough to see, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, everybody would say it was going to be at 100K this year. And now this year it's still at 30, 35K. And they're saying 2 years from now, it's going to be at 100K. And I hope they're right. But I'm a skeptic to begin with as well. So
where do you see the risks of the U.S. Treasury creating a centralized crypto?
I think Bitcoin is certainly in trouble if they do, because, but I also think that part of the appeal of Bitcoin is that it's definanced, it's away from the government, and that's what they say. It's not really anonymous, because Bitcoin's not anonymous. It's actually less anonymous than cash is. But I think one of the conventional appeal of it is that it's not connected to the government. And so, I think that could go either way. I think you could get a lot of people interested in the central bank's version, or you could get a lot of people that are just super skeptical of it and don't want to touch the government version of it because, it's the government and
because it's the government, right?
Right. They're going to have more control if they mess with it. So I think it's nuanced for sure. And I have no idea, but I'm rooting for it. I hope it succeeds. I believe in what it's about, which is just kind of like I said, definance, getting away from that. But
Sure.
I also know going against the banks is incredibly risky. Banks run the world. Going against them, it's a risky endeavor for sure.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, a lot of states have legalized marijuana, but I don't think it's hurt the black market at all.
Sure. Oh, for sure. It's still thriving. I'm sure. I'm in Texas, and so I'm sure we're.
From what I hear, I don't know, but this is just what I'm hearing. So.
Yeah, for sure. I watch a lot of the cannabis stocks. Like I remember watching Tilray. I'm just skeptical they're ever going to fully legalize it, just because, for years, Tilray used to be, $250, $300 stock. And now it is $1.90,
right.
So I'm just skeptical of the cannabis market in general. I think a lot of these companies out now, full legalization, nationwide might actually hurt them as well, because it's going to open up so much more competition relative to what they have now. So I think that market's interesting. I've been watching it for years, but, skeptical that I don't know if either side necessarily wants to legalize for sure.
I mean, it would have to be federally if it was going to do anything, right?
Right. Exactly.
So just a reminder, everybody, we are talking to John London. He is a funded trader here at Topstep. He is the founder of Beginner Trader, which is a YouTube site where he talks about taking trades in stocks and different things and futures. And it's a free resource. I suggest go ahead and check it out. It's youtube.com/beginner trading. Check it out. And I'm really enjoying the conversation here so far. So I'm trying to kind of wondering out where to go to lead this now.
Yeah, I mean, earnings season is kind of the big story this week. I think, earnings this week alone, we have Google and Microsoft today. Tomorrow we have Meta. Right. Thursday we have Amazon. I think next week we've got just a bunch of earnings, and so and these will move futures as well. So the S&P 500 futures are certainly going to move from these earnings. The Nasdaq futures are certainly going to move forward as well. And so today at 4:00 those come out, traders. So that's something that y'all might want to just be aware of, especially if you're in different positions in those futures contracts, that there might be some volatility that sparks up.
For sure. That's 4:00 Mountain Time, Central 3:00.
Correct. That's right. So so it's 3:00 my time in Texas, but yeah, it'll be fun. Nvidia and the other microchip stocks have pushed the market up so much over the last year that a lot of people are skeptical. The real estate market's scary right now too, and so I think it'll be a fun earnings season to see what happens over the next few weeks.
Now, you said you do some investing in real estate, right?
Sure. So yeah, we do some. I'm a real estate agent as well. So I'm a real estate agent here in Texas. I don't do a ton of business. So I have so many different hobbies and stuff that I use, but real estate market is incredibly sketchy right now. The problem with real estate is that mortgage rates are so high that that it's cheaper to rent than it is to buy a home, to mortgage a home, so like the conventional appeal of buying a home with a mortgage is that you're going to pay less to own the home than renting. And now you're going to, and you're going to have to put more money up to compensate for it, but you're getting a good deal long-term as appreciation usually happens. Right now, that's the opposite though. Right now, it's way more expensive to get a mortgage on a house than it is to actually rent the house, which is causing chaos. The commercial real estate market has been really negatively affected by, my guess is like 2020 sparked it because of remote work. And then a lot of businesses held on to that remote aspect of work instead of, filling a warehouse for a call center or whatever type of business it is. They realize that they can just have everybody work remotely. That's causing the commercial market to really have a tough time over the last, few years from that, as well as like bond yields are super high. There's a inversion on the yield curve, or at least there has been, where short-term bonds are paying higher yields than long-term bonds. The 10-year yield was, I'm not sure where it's at now. The last time I looked at it, it was 4.8%, which, I get to put that into perspective for everybody at home. If you loan the government, or buy $100,000 in treasury bills, you're going to earn almost 5% annually from that. And
Right.
so, you'll make $5,000 a year in interest. And then at the end of that 10-year date, you're going to get your 100K back. So you're basically going to make 50%. Right now, the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ, they're only paying out maybe 4% this year. So they're paying out less than bonds, which are guaranteed returns. And so that's causing chaos in the markets as well. It's just been a really interesting time. Oh, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just been a really interesting time in markets where there's just a lot of weird nuance to it. And like I said, I've been trading every day for years and years. And so this year is certainly a little bit different relative to what we've seen in before, for sure.
Well, they are always changing. We know that. Now, if you had to, what would you say the closing price of the NASDAQ and the S&Ps would be at the end of this year?
At the end of the year, where's the S&P at now? I can say what I hope to happen. I have no idea where it's going to be because markets are super volatile for sure.
Yeah. We understand. There's no consequence to this.
Sure.
Best guess.
Right. I would say I'm going to go with the S&P is at. I'm going to go with at the end of this year at 4,400. So I'm going to say a slight increase relative to where we're at now, but not anywhere close to the highs. It really just depends on where the market goes, though. If the market turns in a negative direction, the Fed has said that we're going to start to see the consequence of these rate hikes that we've had over the last year.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be more profound over the next, year or two. And so there's still risks of a recession if that happens. And we start to, the banks are the ones that are going to be the most directly affected by this, and they're going to trickle into everything else. But I hope we're at 4,400 or higher. But I also think if we turn, we could hit, 4,000, we could hit 4,100 or maybe worse than that. Hopefully not, but anything's possible.
Yeah, there's a lot of uncertainty in the world right now, of course, as long as we don't have any bad news. I can agree. I think, we close higher than we are now at the end of the year. But who knows, right? Anything can happen. NASDAQ.
Yeah, that's right.
What about in the NASDAQ?
The NASDAQ, so I was always a S&P trader more than the NASDAQ, but the NASDAQ is, it's interesting. Like I said, I would probably go with like 15.2 thousand or so, 15.2K. A little bit of confirmation bias though, because I hope it goes up. I tend to be a bullish trader long term. I want markets to go up, and normally the natural flow of markets long term is that they are going to go up. With time heals a lot of wounds in that regard. But I hope I hope the NASDAQ at 15.5K or 15.25. But if it turns, it can go to 13,000. It can go to 13,500. If it does turn, I'm usually kind of a discount buyer, though, especially in stocks, but also in futures and other stuff where, the fearful when greedy and greedy when fearful cliched saying is said a lot. But I think it's very true. In the 2020 crash, I bought up a lot of stuff. I bought up United Airlines. I bought up MGM at like $7 or $8. I bought up United Airlines at like $15-20. And so I made a bunch when the 2020 mini crash happened. And so
You're a bargain hunter.
Absolutely. My long-term strategy mostly involves so I believe the markets are going to go up long term. And so, and my stock account's got maybe like 60, 70K in it. And so I can usually buy stuff up. And then if I'm wrong short term, I'm usually looking for discounts in that regard, where I'm looking for healthy blue chip companies, not mid caps, not penny stocks, but healthy blue chip companies, or the S&P or the NASDAQ futures. And if they drop really profoundly over a short term, I'll buy those up. And then if they bounce back very quickly, I'll take profit. Even if they don't bounce back, like I said, time heals a lot of wounds. And so I just look for them when they're really down heavily over a short term and try to buy that dip and ride them back up is usually my go-to move. And I don't mind bag holding a blue chip stock either. I don't mind holding it for months or years if I really need to.
Because it's solid,
Right. As long as it's a good blue chip company, traders lose a lot investing in mid caps because they treat them like they're blue chip stocks, but they're really speculative and they can drop, 70% in a year. But I stick with, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, Walmart, Target. Target's gotten a lot of hate lately, but I bought the dip and made a bunch of money on that one too. When everybody was panicking on that one, I bought the dip on that one as well. So usually looking for discounts is kind of what I do.
Smart. I mean, I've been saying for years that the natural progression of stocks is to grind higher.
For sure.
Most people don't think about shorting stocks. Investors are always usually buy side only, and I think that's a big part of that drift.
Oh, absolutely. I think, the biggest edge you ever get in long-term investing is investing into the S&P or the NASDAQ. They'll usually give you 10 to 12%, on average every year. Mm-hmm. And so, sometimes we're going to have bad years, but those include crash statistics. And so that 10 to 12% means that on good years, they're going to push up much more than 10 to 12% because they have to even those probabilities out.
Yeah, got it. I was, you say crash, and I always flash back to 1987. I was not actively trading. I was a clerk in the S&P pit. It was one of the scariest days of my life. I hope we never see that again.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, a lot of people were talking about yesterday being another version of Black Monday. Black Monday was actually trending yesterday on Twitter because a lot of people thought that yesterday was going to be a copy of Black Monday. It turned out to be a pretty good day yesterday. It wasn't like a super green day, but the market can kind of shock people sometimes. A lot of the times the market's contrarian. So if everybody thinks the market's going to crash, the market usually rips up. If everybody
100%, 100%. For sure. My dad was a grain trader for 40 years. That was his favorite thing was to, is when everybody thinks it's going lower, you got to buy it.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And I get so many people just trying to predict crashes so much. I see somebody in the chat saying Michael Burry predicted 800 out of the last 5 crashes. And I agree. I think Burry's bias is permanently to the downside now. And I can't even judge him because if I was him, he went through a lot and a lot of people, discounted him and he proved him wrong. So maybe he'll prove us wrong here, but I'm skeptical for sure.
Well, I mean, if you call for a crash every day, one day you're going to be right.
Right, exactly. You throw darts at a dartboard, eventually you're going to hit it. But we'll see. I think we could crash, but I think like I said, 2020 was kind of like a little mini crash where the pandemic happened and like all that volatility hit, and then we kind of had to rebound from that, and so we could crash. The biggest signals towards that are, like I said, the high bonds yields. The real estate market's a little sketch right now, I think, but I hope not. I'm always usually bullish. I hope we don't.
I'm with you. I'm behind you 100%.
Good. Yeah, it's the right move, I think, to be skeptical of crashes. But maybe one day we're in one, and again, if we're in one, I'm going to buy the dip. I'm sure.
So, tell me about your best day anywhere, anytime. Not in trading. Not even on trading, just anything.
Oh, my best day ever is when my son was born, I'm sure. But my son was born, he's 9 now. But I'll give you my best day in trading. One time I was shorting Uber, and I was just kind of randomly in an Uber short in a day trade. And they had some news regarding Uber about I think it was like the state of California was suing them. And so I was just in heaven afterwards. Uber ended up dropping, massively from that report. And so I ended up making like $3 or $4 grand very quickly in about 2 minutes from just getting I would love to say it was skill. I would love to take credit for the trade.
Just right place, right time.
Right. Pure luck, 100% luck. I just got really, really lucky. And it's been a while since I've had that type of luck for sure.
Well, those don't happen very often. You just happen to be in a position the right way when something happens.
That's right.
One story I know from the trading floor is a friend of mine in the NASDAQ pit was short the NASDAQ when the Fed pulled a surprise rate cut.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
He lost like 1.2 million in minutes.
See, and that's rare too. So, like, covering a lot of these FOMC meetings, it's very rare that the Fed surprises anybody. Like, most of the time, if they're expecting a rate hike, they do a rate hike. If they're expecting a pause or whatever, they do that. And so, a surprise is very rare. And I always tell my chat, it'll cause big reactions to which the opposing side to whatever they do. So, yeah, I'm sure he was happy, or I'm sure he was hurt about that one. That's rough.
Oh, that's a rough day, but he was doing, he was doing well. It was just probably one of his worst days. On the trading floor, people were making or losing 6 or 7 figures every day. Sometimes, just certain ones, craziness.
Yeah, I envy being able to do the floors, man. That was a little bit before my time. I'm in my early 30s, and so I never got to experience the floor trading. I've seen a lot of fun documentaries about it. I think Michael came on my stream, a while back and said that he was able to kind of experience that too. So that's cool. I've seen the documentary. I think it's called Floored.
Floored, yeah.
Yeah, good documentary for sure.
You can see me in the background in a few scenes in that.
Oh, nice. That's cool. Yeah.
And you said you started getting interested in trading from The Big Short. Michael started getting interested in trading from watching Trading Places.
Oh, nice.
Right.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, I remember Ferris Bueller is the scene I always remember regarding the floor where they're doing the hand signals. But like I said, never saw it in person, so it would have been cool.
What about your worst day ever?
Oh man, it must have been my first couple weeks trading. So I went and saw The Big Short. I came home and I got really into day trading, and so I learned day trading. I saw a lot of the day trading mentors at the time. And so I learned a lot, and I had like $4,000 to me at the time. And $4,000 at the time, I'm not saying it's not a lot of money to me now, but at the time it was a really, it was like a fortune to me at the time. And I had $4,000 from I had like a book business at the time that I had grown, and my wife was super skeptical. She said, "John, do not put that money in the market." Or no, she let me actually do it, but she told me to just be careful. And so I told her, "Hey, don't worry, I'm going to make all this money." I ended up losing it in a couple week period. Like within 2 weeks, I ended up losing the entire $4,000. I almost cried. I really wanted to cry. If my wife wasn't there, I might have cried, to be completely honest. It was just a rough day, But again, I ended up giving up trading for like almost a year. And even on my channel, you can see some really old videos of me trading, and then there's like a really long pause. I didn't actually start trading again until 2017. But again, I'm not going to say it was necessary because it hurt really bad. But when I came back, I had much more risk management. When I came back, I was much more safe, less risky with my money. And so they always say market tuition, you really have to learn that losing sucks and you don't want to feel that burn anymore. And that's what makes you trade more safely. That's what makes you trade more risk averse.
We always said, how many times do you put your hand on the hot stove before you figure out it's a bad idea?
That's right. I got a 9-year-old. That's exactly right. You got to learn the hard way sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes that's right. Well, John, I gotta call it here. Thank you very much for the interview today. I really enjoyed chatting with you, getting to know you a little bit, and I'll look forward to chatting with you again, hopefully soon.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate everybody watching here. Any of my guys here, thanks for showing up, and it was great meeting you. I'll see you guys next time.
All right. Take care. We'll see you next time.
And in the meantime, here is the link for Kahoot. You can go to kahoot.it, type in that pin to play the game. It'll be 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 right, you will enter a pool in which we'll randomly give away 10 free resets. So what fun. So I'm going to put on a little bit of smooth jazz music in the background while we get set up here. See you in a bit. Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to Top Quiz. I'm back from California. At least my physical body is. My mind still may be there. Alyssa, how are you doing today?
Hey, Jack, I'm doing pretty well. I hope California treated you pretty good.
I did. Had a great old time.
Awesome.
For those playing this the first time, you're about to get 4 multiple choice questions. Look at your device, not at us, because we're on a 6-second delay. They cover trading and some other stuff. If you get 3 or 4 out of these 4 questions correct, I will draw 10 of you randomly, and I will let the winners know at the end of at the end of group coaching, if you will be getting an email this evening saying that you get a free reset, which is fun. So let's see here. Man, we got 640 people in here. Wow. Blue,
Wow.
Red, Trader Survivor, M Solid, W, Pow. Let me check the YouTube. I just read something that Harden put in the chat there. All right. Well, with that, we do this every day now that I'm back. So if you don't get in this time, it will always be a tomorrow, but we got to start this soon. I know, Alyssa, you have a meeting at noon.
I do.
All right. So who's going to be last in? Suresh, Emilios, go Heels, Tar Heels, perhaps. All right. You ready? I'm about to cut this off.
All right, let's do it. All
right. 3, 2, I'll let it get to 700. So are the cops coming to get you right now?
Yeah, you heard here first. They're probably about to knock on the door.
Okay, well, we'll see if you can finish this before you get extricated. All right, let's start. Kahoot. Tuesday, October 24th. 3, 2, 1. The very first question is, in the 2004 film Sideways, a line by Paul Giamatti significantly damaged U.S. sales of this type of wine. Cabernet Sauvignon, Sauvignon Blanc, Merlot, or Malbec?
Ooh, I feel like it's Merlot. That should be what it is,
You are 100% correct on this one. Yes. So there's going to be 2 trading questions and 2 because I just got back from California, but they told us that sales of Merlot dived after the line. I believe it's I effing hate Merlot. And so people are taking their wine stuff from the movies. Yep.
Wine. Yeah, that's a valid point that they made.
Jay Cook's never heard of the movie. Don't worry. There'll be questions for everyone. Remember, the leaderboard is just for lulz, but Marcellus knew it, as did Bounce, Brad B, and Radio Flyer. Let's get on to question number 2. In technical analysis, what does ATR stand for? Is it average trading rep, average true range, ascending trading range, or algo trading report?
That's a tricky one. Is it the average true range?
You are 2 for 2.
Let's go.
These traders, 632 people got that right. Right on. Good stuff. As always, I check the YouTube comments, make sure I'm not getting
so far so
here.
good.
So far so good. Scoreboard. Bobby Baby. I want to hang out with Bobby Baby and Scott Bro. Have a good time. All right. Third question. Alyssa is on the hot streak right now.
All right.
Let's see what we got. Which country is the world's largest wine producer? Is it Italy, France, Spain, or the US of A?
It has to be Italy, right?
It doesn't have to be anything. It is or it isn't.
You're right. It feels like it should be.
Well, we have the delay in, but Alyssa, you qualify for the prize today. It is indeed Italy. Yikes.
All right.
Alyssa, you are gunning for the let's see the scoreboard first. Day trading dad, I love Jesus.
Ryan, is that you?
That's great. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, people would have thought Argentina's up there. I didn't put it because I felt like that would be too tricky. Italy is the highest producer. It kind of shocked me too. Just ahead of old France, I believe. All right. We got one more question left. Will we see the first ever perfect score?
All right, let's do it.
And it comes down to this. In what year did the first U.S. company reach a $1 trillion market cap? Was that in 1999, 2005, 2011, or 2018?
The pressure is so high, I don't know what to do. Is it 2005?
Shocking enough, that company is now worth like $3 trillion. But yeah, it was 2018 when Apple hit 1 trillion. And we were like, that's absurd. It's so high. And now it's 3 trillion. So they're selling a lot of iPhones. Once again, with these here, Solistimo, congratulations. Moon, congratulations. And my good friend who won, and I cannot emphasize enough, you did not actually win, Day Trading Dad. You all have an opportunity to win. If you got 3 or 4 questions right there, I'm going to select 10 random people using a random number generator, and I'll let you know at the end of group coaching. Let's see if I'm getting perfect. Oh, one note for like the diehards that were watching at the end of last Thursday before I left. There was an uproar because a person, I believe named Kashia, was named twice, and people were like, oh, it's a double. That was the same random number got picked twice. So I found that out. But that individual, do not go after them. They did nothing wrong. All right. With that, Alyssa, thanks so much for playing. 3 out of 4. That's pretty damn good.
One day we'll get them all. Thanks,
One
Jack.
day we will get them all. Well, Alyssa, thanks for joining. Hope you all had fun with that. We will be doing group coaching next. Eddie and Paul are here. It's going to be a great time. But right now, we're just going to take a little coffee break and get them set up. As soon as I click a few more things. All right. Let's go. See you in a few.
Bye.
right. Welcome back. Welcome back for group coaching. We got Coach Paul here, and today's theme is trading in the zone, developing confidence, discipline, and of course, we all like a winning attitude. Hello, Coach Paul. How are you today?
Hey, Eddie. Good. Yourself?
Good. Had a good early morning this morning with the community, and of course with our team here at Topstep, and looking forward to sort of putting the cherry on top of the sundae here with the group coaching and the topic you got.
It's always good to hear, Eddie. Welcome back. We missed you last week. I hope you got some good rest and you're ready to roll.
I got some good rest, but of course, you know what it's like. It was a blink of the eye, and then we're back in the saddle once again.
There we
go.
But
it's always fun to be here. I love doing what I'm doing. But Coach Paul, give us a little background on yourself and tell us about this Discord channel and everything. We got some new people here today.
Okay. Well, I've been around trading for most of my life. A little over 40 years. I've been involved in futures markets since I was 19. I've traded for the better part of the last 30 years. I've been just involved in just about every aspect of futures trading, and now I trade and coach. I'm also a basketball coach. I've been doing that for 25 years.
That's great. So, and it helps. I coach baseball. I coached baseball for 25. It helps with the coaching aspect.
Yes, you understand. It helps my trading because you understand process a lot more. When the old saying is, "As you teach, you learn." When you're teaching, you really have to understand the concept and the process. And that iteration really opens up your mind and creates good habits, and you really understand things at a different level.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's helped me become a better trader. So one of the things I like to do is add my experience and help people, and especially beginning traders. This is not an easy game we play. Because of the constant unknown. So that brings today's concept of understanding trading. I'm going to refer to the book Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas, using the key concepts that I got from the book. I've read it more than 10 times. I always go back to it because the concepts of trading, we as beginners, we think it's about being the best analyst, knowing the market better than anyone. When the key concept is really understanding yourself and your role and how to take risk and how to take losses and how to have a winning attitude. This book, more than any other book I've read, really brings that concept and the process of trading on a mental state. We can stare at a chart all day, but we have to execute. Like in baseball or in sports, you can read all you want about the sport, but you have to go in there and you have to execute it. And when you're doing that live, you're under pressure. So decision making under pressure is the key concept in becoming a successful athlete or a trader. And it's all the same. So I will start with the quote from Rene Descartes. And it's the key concept. conquer yourself rather than the world. When we understand ourselves and conquer ourselves and our habits and conquer our fears of the unknown, we can begin to start trading with a winning attitude. So to begin that, the first key concept from the book: if your goal is to trade like a professional and to be a consistent winner, then you must start from the premise that the solutions are in your mind and not in the market. So what does this mean? It means you must be comfortable with the risk you take. When you put on your trade, you must have an exit plan with a stop and a profit objective. The objective either being a price objective or price action. Once this decision is made, you will feel a range of emotions that will create conflict in your mind. If you are not comfortable with the risk and your plan, you will succumb to your fear and you will be vulnerable to abandoning your plan. So key concept or key of this is, when you enter your trade, you need to frame out your risk. You need to be professional. You have to be comfortable to say, I'm entering this sell of the S&P at this level, and I'm willing to lose $250 or whatever the risk is. That sounds easy, and then the pressure comes on when you put it on, because markets don't just go with us immediately. That rarely happens. So you're going to feel some heat, and how you react to this. And when you get comfortable saying the cost of me to make this trade is $250, you're going to take the first step in being a professional trader. So, number one, be comfortable with your risk. Understand that losses come to a market. And if you can be consistent in that, you can become a successful trader.
Coach Paul, you have to, like you mentioned, you got to focus on you, because trading is all about you. You got to practice self-compassion. Be kind to yourself, whether it be good or bad. Forgive yourself. When you've got those bad trade days, don't harp on them. Don't carry them on your shoulder. And another thing too is have gratitude. At times I will write down. I'm not doing this every day, but you can call it a gratitude journal. Write down things that make you thankful every day. When the kids were living here, we would do that at dinner time. Let's go around the table. Let's name one thing you're thankful for today. And when you get in this sort of positive groove, you're going to understand. The attitude of being positive, and like you mentioned on the theme, discipline. That's something too that we need to work on. But always remember, be good to yourself, because you're the one that is the fuel for the fire. I should say maybe the other way around. You're the engine, that keeps the machine going, and you want to make sure that engine's running at the best performance it possibly can. So be positive and treat yourself nice.
Okay, that leads into our next key concept. When you genuinely accept the risks you will be at peace with any outcome. And the key, one of the parts here is genuinely accept. Many times we say, well, I'm good, I'll do this. And our mind, when it's under pressure, we start getting away from our confidence because the market's moving against us right away, and now I can't, I can't be wrong. I'm afraid that it's going to turn the other way. So when you haven't really accepted this, and when you accept this, when this happens, you can be confident in the ability to trade right without having to be right. I'm going to repeat that. You will be confident in the ability to trade right without having to be right. That's one thing that took me many years to come to that place. I still struggle with it, and I think all traders struggle with it. But being right and trading right are two different things. Trading right is you've accepted the risk, you're willing to take the loss, and you don't beat yourself up. You don't cheer when you're not over enthusiastic when you win, and you're not down on yourself when you lose, because that's what trading is. It's taking losses and winners.
Right. There's a question here. Brad is asking, Brad Holt, how do I conquer myself? I know I'm my worst enemy. Well, first off, if I can add, Coach Paul,
please.
There is no need to conquer yourself. I mean, you're your own best friend. You're the only person that you can trust. You're the only person that is with you when times are hard. You're the only person with you when times are good. You've got to put it in that perspective. How do I conquer myself? It's not a case of winning or losing. It's just a case of agreeing and keeping promises, commitment. Like I say, commit to yourself. Trading is a big commitment. Can I commit to myself following rules? Can I commit to myself following, possibly if you're in the trading combine rules? Remember, this is about you. It's all up to you. And you don't want to be your worst enemy. All right. When you get to that point when you think you're making a bad decision, question yourself. Ask yourself, why am I doing this? Or is it for the good of the account? Is it good for me? And you're gonna come up with answers. And I know exactly what you're talking about, Brad. I mean, when I first started trading, I would sabotage myself, not even realize it, because of emotions. You'd get in too deep and you'd keep digging the hole deeper and deeper. Well, I never stopped and asked myself questions of why am I doing this? I just did it. And I think that's where I became my own worst enemy. But that was all wrong, the way I was approaching that. So think of it as, hey, man, it's about you, and let's stay positive.
That's a good question, and that leads to our next concept. When you really believe that trading is simply a probability game, concepts like right or wrong or win or lose no longer have the same significance. The concept of being wrong in trading brings negative energy, which causes us or forces us to try to get into a winning trade. When you believe that a loss is just a probability and not a personal shortcoming, you will relieve yourself of the negativity of being quote unquote wrong. One of the great pleasures I've had here at Topstep is working with people from all over the world. And what I've truly come to appreciate is all over the world, education systems have a way of punishing us when we don't have the right answer. When I mean punishing, you're not going to pass. You're going to get a failing grade. So in our mental state, we naturally try to avoid being wrong. Wrong has a negative emotion. So having a losing trade, it's hard to take because we have this negative attachment to taking loss as being wrong. When trading right means taking loss. So I've done it myself. I've been in this business for 40 years. I've worked on the retail side. I've worked on the floor. I've worked with commercial traders. It all comes down to this simple thing. Do not confuse taking a loss with quote unquote being wrong. That sets off a series of emotions. And one of the biggest ones is avoiding loss and forcing ourselves to be right, quote unquote right. That's where we lose control. And that's where, at least in my case, my biggest losing days come from. So beating yourself up for being wrong or having a loss leads to bigger losses, and that's where you lose your control.
Right. I mean, it's tough. You hear a lot from mentors, teachers, coaches, but when you're in that that time where you're actually doing this, it's like they say that it's easier said than done. When you're at that moment, and you have to realize, you have to sort of catch it before it turns sour. And once again, easier said than done. But there's got to be some medium there where you're going through your checklist. And I'm not talking about your trading checklist. I'm talking about the personal checklist. And I think we have that available. Put a link in the chat. You got to check yourself a lot when you're trading, because I mean, sometimes I've caught myself just doing reckless things. Been doing it long enough where I can catch it before it gets out of hand. But some of us, don't realize that and might let it slip too far beyond what we can sort of catch. So it's a thing where you got to have a checklist on yourself, personal checklist.
Okay, the next key point. If you can learn to create a state of mind that is not affected by the market's behavior, the struggle will cease to exist. So, maybe it took me too long to really figure this out, but I figured it out recently, the recent past. The only certainty in trading is uncertainty. When you accept that you can accept this, you can remain confident in your decision making under pressure. When traders accept the fact that you can't control the market behavior, but only control your behavior, the struggle of having to be right ceases. Again, your state of mind is not affected by the market's behavior when you understand that the only thing you can control is your behavior and how it relates to the market. Again, having to be right is a burden in trading. When we understand that we can't control the market. We only can control ourselves. It gives us confidence and discipline. That's one of the key concepts in successful trading.
Yeah, Coach, John Q's got a question I think that's going to fit right in here. John Q asks, how come immediately after I blow an account and switch to SIM, it goes my way? So, I mean, John, I've heard that 1,000 times. You know, what do you think that is, Coach?
Well, when you're in SIM, you're not being judged. Number one, there's no one looking over. There's no quote unquote person looking over your shoulder, and you can just flow with the market. When you're live and you're being judged upon your performance, it's a different mindset. You're looking. You don't want and I don't want to mean you. We as traders don't like to be wrong, right? We don't want to lose money. We feel we have to make money. So when we're in the live market, things change. We naturally, we just want to get going, make money, which gives us the right of which gives us the mindset of having to be right. This is universal. Like in sports, we have what I call the all-star practice player. In practice, it's easier because you know what's going to happen, right? You know the plays, so there's no uncertainty. In the sim, you can be at ease because there's no really in the back of our minds, we don't have to suffer the consequences. So the pressure comes when we're live, when we're being judged, when we have an outcome, and that changes it. It changes our mindset when we tighten up. Recently in golf, I'm a struggling golfer, and I came upon a good podcast where it was about tension. If you're golfing and you have tension in your arms and your body, you're not going to swing easy. You're going to swing hard. You're not going to be in a good flow. I can relate that to being under pressure and trading. When you're going to feel it's a different tension level. That tension causes us to not accept losses as well. That tension causes us to lose our internal controls. So that can be that probably is the biggest factor in that.
You know, and what you're saying, Coach Paul, it's how do we get rid of that tension? It's not just a snap of the finger. Now, I know what works for some people is meditation before trading. Even taking a time out where during the day, just to sort of slow things down and meditate. Or maybe during your trade day, you take a break and put on some music that relaxes you. Or maybe something that, even maybe like, you have some nice bourbon or something. You just take a time out, sip a little, maybe a little brandy, treat yourself right, and then get back to trading. I'm not saying drink a lot, but something that sort of relaxes you. I'm just trying to think of things that relax you. I don't know, take a hit off the bong. I don't know. Whatever relaxes you. You know, I tell you, tension will ruin your day. It'll ruin your day.
You mentioned the meditation. Now, Tom Hugard in The Best Loser Wins, he has, before the trading day, he meditates and he puts in his mind how he's going to react when certain conditions happen. And in that meditation, he calms himself, or he gets in his mind how he will react correctly. So when he's under how to take a loss, how to let a winner ride, he visualizes this before the trading day. And I think that relieves a lot of tension, because you've already, you've practiced this. When the pressure comes, you've already gone through it, and I believe, and it's much easier to make the correct decision. So meditation, and visualization, that truly helps.
Jack Mummin, I'm going 6 months. Keep blowing accounts the same way, promising to not do it next time. Watching good setups go by and FOMO the bad ones. Fear of missing out. That's one thing that, traders have such a hard time. The fear of missing out. I got to chase the market. I missed it. I got to get it. It's something where you've got to think professional. You got to think on another level. I'm not going to chase the market. I missed it. Okay. But like I say, it's like catching a bus. There's going to be another one in 15 minutes. There's going to be another opportunity, maybe sooner. Okay. Maybe longer, but there will be another opportunity.
I love that one. There's always another bus. There's always another opportunity. When we miss an opportunity, our first reaction is, well, I'm going to chase it. At least I'll get a percentage of it. And then the pressure comes in, and then you lose control. That is really a concept that is hard to take as a human being. We don't think that this is it. I want to get it now. If I don't get it, I'm a loser. All these are all negative thoughts. If you are truly confident, when you truly become confident, you can accept it. You might not like it. You don't have to celebrate it, but you're like, okay, I need to get better. I need to be ready for the next opportunity, because it's going to come. That part is that is true. So that leads to our next concept. The consistency you seek is in your mind, not in the markets. So consistency is the part that you're going to react as a winner, under control. If you miss it, you miss it. When you're chasing a market, you lose consistency. You leave your plan. Now your risks are heightened, and so is your emotional state. That is not part of consistency. I'll go back into a sports analogy. Shooting in basketball. The best shooters shoot less than 40%, okay, from the field. The greatest. The rest of us humans probably miss 80 to 75% of our shots from the field. If you're always weighing on that you just missed, you're going to carry this burden in your mind that well, I'm not good. I'm you know, I should have made that last one. And you get caught up in those negative feelings. When you understand that you're not, you're only as good, if you think you're only as good as your last trade, it's going to be hard to move forward. Your consistency comes from finding your opportunity and executing it. If you miss it, another one will come. That's how consistency comes. And like in a basketball shooter, a good basketball shooter has no conscience. Doesn't remember the last time I missed was being in the present, getting set, and executing the shot. Very similar to trading. If you missed it, don't chase it. It's hard. And see, I know it's easy to say, but experience will get you there if you let it happen.
It's a matter of letting it happen. It's a matter of catching it.
Yeah, because it goes back to the other concept. We can't control the market behavior. We can only control our behavior and as it relates to market opportunity.
Yeah.
So, there's an old saying too, there is no power in force. If we're, this is a key, and another thing that when we try to force ourselves into a winning trade, it never happens. It just doesn't. I mean, I've done it. I've been around. I've tried to force myself into a winning trade, and I don't think it's ever ever happened. It's been tens of thousands of trades. So that part of developing the discipline to if you missed it, let it go and wait for the next opportunity. That's a winning attitude.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Let's see here. A road vendor says, when I feel FOMO, I am late on that trade and I leave it. See what you're doing, road vendor, is you're recognizing it. A lot of us don't recognize it until it's too late. Or don't recognize it at all until the trade is over. This is something where, they say once bitten, twice shy. You should know when something is if you're repeating something bad. Think about it. Have I did this before? That's what we talk about journaling. I mentioned, keep a gratitude journal. But definitely keep a journal where the things that if you do experience them again, what was the best way to fix it, or the best way to get out of that situation into a better situation? It's always good to have something to look back on. Gosh, I remember, man, I did this 2 weeks ago. What was the market like? What did I do? You flip through your journal. And not to say it's going to help, but I'm going to say it's going to help. Might not be the complete fix, but it might be something that's going to get you through on a better level.
Also, review your trades every day. That's where you're going to find, because once you review it, the market's closed and you come back and you're like, and I've done this and I do this at the end of the week, especially, I go back. I'm like, wait a minute, what was this trade? Where did this come from? That's the one, and you do that enough, that will keep you from the FOMO, or you will understand that why I'm making this trade, how I'm making this trade, because it has to be planned. You have, like we started, you have to be comfortable with the risk. This leads to consistency. When you review your trades and you have a journal, then you can catch yourself when you keep doing that. It's if not, then you have to make a decision when you can do this. But my experience is that when you review it and you understand that, then you'll become much more consistent. And this leads to our next concept. Remember, the best traders think in a number of unique ways. They have acquired a mental structure that allows them to trade without fear, and at the same time keeps them from becoming reckless and committing fear-based errors. So when we're following a plan and we're comfortable with our plan, we execute our plan, we are assertive. Assertive is being in control of our decision-making basis. The other part of what you hear is being aggressive. An aggressive trading can easily lead to recklessness. And recklessness is what kills trading. I can't say this enough. When you're assertive and you're confident, you know where you want to enter, you know what your risk is, you put in your stop, you're waiting for something to happen that you can't control. The only thing you can control is your reaction and your risk. The reward, really, you can't control, but you can control your risk. That is being assertive. The moment you start moving your stop or adding to a loser or all the above negative decisions, you're being aggressive, and that really leads to recklessness. That recklessness comes from fear. So again, good traders have control. They are assertive. Bad traders are reckless. Understand that, and that's where the FOMO comes in, is fear of missing out, also fear of losing. So understand that, and get control. Be assertive. Don't be aggressive.
Right. One word you hit on, Coach Paul, is recklessness. I mean, besides the word greed, which is the root of all evil, especially in trading, at times we can be reckless when the emotions are hijacking us and our account. We've all did it. We've all been through it. Up $800 on the day. By the time you're done trading, you're down 300. All right, you're kicking yourself in the ass. What was I thinking? You got reckless. You got greedy. I mean, those two words are two words that you should keep completely as far away as you can from your trading, because they're just going to destroy you. I mean, trust me on this one. I think Coach Paul can agree. When you're not happy with your winning trade day, you want more. Of course we want more. We're here to trade. We're here to make profits. We're here to make money. We're here to live the dream. But it takes time. And when you rush it, you're going to find greed. You're going to find recklessness. You're going to find tension. You're going to find anxiety. You're going to find stress. And that's when you rush it. And I tell you, some of that comes naturally with what we do here as traders. There's going to be stress. There's going to be anxiety. Okay. But we have to sort of try to at least put a leash, a collar on these. Keep them as far away as we can. And when we do have them, that's when you take a time out. You take a break. I mean, you can't snap your fingers and all of a sudden, hey, I'm not stressful anymore. And that's what we're talking about before. Take a time out, all right? Act professional. Don't force yourself into a situation that's not healthy, that's not good for you, and can prolong you to make wrong decisions. That's the best time to get out of a trade or out of trading, watching these screens, is when you feel that. Open the door, take a breath of fresh air, take the dog for a walk around the block, whatever you got. If you got a speed bag in the garage, you do something, do something to get away, come back and see how you are.
Okay. Next concept. If you asked me to distill trading down to its simplest form, I would say that it is a pattern recognition numbers game. We use market analysis to identify patterns, define the risk, and determine when to take profits. The trade either works or it doesn't. That really distilled to a simple thing. It either works or it doesn't. Again, the ability to understand that and not try to force it to work. I've seen it in my trading. I've seen it in many other tradings. Is that, well, I got to make this work. And we've heard this a lot today, right? It either works or it doesn't. And then when it doesn't start working, goes back to losing control. This is it's not a winner's attitude trying to force it. A winner's attitude takes a loss, predefined, comfortable with it. This allows us to let winners ride. When we're not comfortable and we want to make it happen, we lose all of our control. And this is, like I said, when we accept either the trade works or it doesn't, I'm telling you, the trading life becomes much easier.
It's going to come much better. You're right. It's going to be easier because you're going to know what to do. Seems like Brian doesn't have any sound here. It's on his end, I would think. But, once again, you're the one pushing the buttons. You're the one pulling the strings. You're the one making the decisions. I mean, this is all about you. And how you proceed, how you allow, how you act on your trade days. There's got to be a cutoff. There's got to be a shutoff valve, whether it be a good day or a bad day. If you're having a bad day, there's got to be somewhere where you actually say, done for the day. All right, take the losing trade. On a winning day, hey, I've made some good money today. I'm not going to risk anymore. All right, I could make some more. All right, but then again, you could lose some of that. I'm happy with what I got. It's like a game show. Do you want to keep what's in the box, or you want to go for the curtains? And then you there used to be, what was that show? That was Let's Make a Deal, I think, Paul.
Yeah, that was.
Where you
curtain number one.
You got a pile of cash here, or do you want what's behind the curtain? They go, I want what's behind the curtain. It'd be like a camel. It's like, what am I going to do with a camel? But I mean, there was actually that. But sometimes it's you got to make that choice. And be happy about it. And you can't be bugging yourself. Maybe I should have traded some more. Maybe I could have got that money back. Maybe I could have made more. Don't do that. Do not do that. All right. You're when you say you're done, day is done, end it. All right. Next chapter starts tomorrow. I'm going to just get to the family, have dinner, enjoy, maybe game night tonight with the kids, maybe watch a Halloween show here with the family, make some popcorn, enjoy my family, and tomorrow we'll go back to trading. So keep it on that level, and it's much more healthier.
So next concept, the hard, cold reality of trading is that every trade has an uncertain outcome. There's nothing else to say there. It's truly, that's the bottom line. It reminds me of a great quote by Niels Bohr, one of the greatest physicists of all time. It says, prediction is very difficult, especially if it's about the future. And when we understand that, we can be calm. There's no certainty. When we're looking for it, that's where our confidence gets hit. Being confident is taking that trade, understanding the risk, putting it on, and letting it go without doing anything else. It really comes down to something that simple. And yet, our mind leads us astray. Our fear mind, or some term is the monkey mind. But once we accept it, wow, life, I mean, it comes down to that. So understand that trading is that every trade has an uncertain outcome. The unknown is what really our mind fears. But when we can accept that we don't know and that we've framed out our risk, we can begin to trade with confidence, and we can begin to trade with discipline, and we can begin to trade with a winning attitude.
Paul, it's like you're a coach, okay? And before a game, you're going to pump up your team. You're going to give them compliments. You're going to remind them how good they are. You're going to be positive that we're going to go out there and do the best we can to win. And that's how you should be to yourself. Even if you've got it when you roll out of bed and you go to the bathroom and you're doing your stuff, brushing your teeth and getting ready, look in the mirror and look yourself right in the eyes and promise to go, I'm going to do my best I possibly can. All right. I am a good trader. Okay. I'm going to follow my rules today. Give it a try, because what you're doing is you're actually sort of, it sounds corny, but I do this every once in a while, and I remember seeing myself, like later on through the day, as I'm trading, I remember seeing myself and promising to myself. It's the visual that sort of puts me back in line. If I sort of veer off the track a bit, I remember I promised myself, right? Oh, what are you doing? All right, don't be stupid. Don't be reckless. Let's get back on track. Let's do what we're supposed to. Let's follow our strategy, our game plan. I've got my checklist. I mean, it sounds like a lot of stuff to do, but if you're having consistent problems and issues and you're spinning your wheels and you're not moving forward, these are things that you got to remind yourself about. So, Coach Paul, back to you. Sorry, buddy.
Okay. No, don't be sorry. These are key concepts, and that's where it really comes down to, is the understanding it, and repetition, right? Like it takes a lot to understand a simple concept like that. It took me a long time, because to accept that it's uncertain, and yet, as a human, we're seeking this certainty that doesn't exist. When we get comfortable with it, then we can go back and we can just trade. If there was certainty, we wouldn't have markets now, would we? Right?
No, everybody'd be right. Yeah, yeah.
So,
if everybody had a time machine, we'd all be poor. We'd all be poor.
You know, it's funny when I first was trading is still in college. I'm like 19, 20 years old. And I just remember I go like, if I could have next year's Wall Street Journal with all the settlements of all the contracts, I'll be rich beyond imagination. And I thought I had certainty. When I gained some experience, I'm like, you could have all that information and still blow up your account because you had just because the market settled there, you don't know the path it took and you didn't know how to manage your risk. It doesn't mean you're going to make money. I was looking for certainty, and I knew I might know where the price ended up, but I didn't know the path it took there and how I would handle the risk.
It's like Back to the Future. That book.
Hello. Anybody home? Hey, think with flying fish.
He had all the sport winners for. He took advantage of it. I forget his name, but Biff. That's what it was. Biff had this almanac, sports almanac from the future, right? But obviously we don't have that, so we can't.
We can't. And even if we did, we can't be sure that we're going to make money unless we follow the plan and risk management.
Right.
That I know. Okay. When you put on a trade, all you can expect is that something will happen. Wow, that sounds really simple, but that's all you can expect. So controlling your expectations. When your expectations are that this is the winning trade, and I could see this is going to happen. Now, something goes against you, right? It goes against your expectations, and our reactions as humans is right away offensive. Like, no, we don't want to hear that. This is what needs to happen. This is my expectation. And once those expectations are challenged or they're not fulfilled, that's when we lose our discipline and we lose confidence. And again, it goes right back to having to be right. You know, you put on a trade, something's going to happen, right? And that's all you can. If you have this huge expectation that it's going to be a winner, a big winner, this is the one, you're counting on luck. So once you have these expectations and new information comes that challenges your expectations, this is where anxiety and the heat comes. And again, just understanding all you can expect is that something will happen, and lose your unrealistic expectations. That's really a big part, and I've seen it a lot in myself and in people I've traded with. Put it on. Again, it comes back to the simple concept of know your risk, put it on, be confident that you have 50-50 shot, you're going to be wrong or right. And that's where the discipline comes from.
It's a tough one. This is a very steep mountain that we're all trying to climb. It can be done. It is being done. But the question is, can I do it? Can I put myself behind myself to push myself to do it the right way? I mean, I don't want to slip off, God forbid. I want to make it to the top. That's my goal. And I tell you, you got to give credit to everybody here listening to Coach Paul, what he's got to say. Also checking out what we do here at TopstepTV with the education, people we bring in. I mean, this is a lot of people are very positive with the information, the knowledge, the education that we share. And we're not going to mislead you. I mean, what I did, I mean, I've experienced a lot. You know, I started on the trading floor in 1985. I think it was about the time you did, Paul, didn't it? Wasn't around there somewhere?
Yeah, it was 1980.
Yeah.
Around the same
and the
time.
thing is, I mean, we've experienced the highest of highs, the lowest of lows. I mean, we went through a lot on the trading floor and, of course, electronic trading. So the information and what we do share with you is, you know, it doesn't just come from what we write down or what we read. I mean, it comes from the heart. And what we're just trying to tell you is we're trying to be very honest and lead you in the right direction. So from whatever we have said here today, I know we're running out of time, take it to heart, all right? Something that's going to help you. We're not going to mislead you. We're going to make sure that instead of spinning your wheels, you get some traction. We're not going to hold your hand all the way. We'll give you a little pat on the butt. There you go. Okay, that's the direction you need to go. It's up to you, all right? It's completely up to you to move forward more than we can just give you a little nudge or at least point you in the right direction. So all good, Coach Paul. What do we got going on tonight in our Discord channel?
Discord channel,
Let's see
at
here.
3 o'clock, Coach Jay and myself and some other coaches joining in. We have on
At
our
the
Discord
buzzer?
channel, at the buzzer.
I like that one. 6 o'clock, I think we got finding proper trade locations with Coach Ray.
Yes, very
Okay.
good one also. We
So-
have, if you haven't joined Discord, do yourself a favor. Join Discord. All the coaches, everything, Topstep TV is available. We have all different kinds of channels and a lot of experience. And remember, all wisdom comes from experience. As Eddie just said, we've gone through a lot. We have a lot of experience. We want to partake and give you some of our experience so you can take that wisdom and become a good, sound trader. Like we said, it's not an easy journey, but once you're open to learning and learning from experienced traders, you're going to find a much better, a much smoother journey. Don't be stubborn. You've talked before, Eddie. I was stubborn especially when you're younger.
I was a bullhead. Nobody's going to tell me anything. No, especially on the trading floor. I see what's going on. I know what to do. Yeah, right. Until my sister sent some of her friends, go talk to my brother. Go. She was filling in the S&Ps. Go talk to my brother. It took a little while, but you know, eventually I said, you know what, I'm going to give that a try. And boom. I mean, I'm not the best trader in the world. I'm not a multimillionaire. I'm not I don't got yachts and summer homes in the Hamptons, but I'm living very nicely, very comfortable, very happy. So it depends on what you want.
Very good. So do yourself a favor if you haven't. Get Trading in the Zone and read it. Highly recommend it. Join us on our Discord channels. Get help. Get some good perspectives, and I think your journey will be a lot easier.
Do we have that link? Can we? Maybe James already put that link in there. If you're not a member of our Discord channel, please give it a shot. Take a look at what we offer in there. There's a lot of different channels that might fit your needs. You know, if you trade in S&Ps, we got an S&P channel. If we trade in metals, we got a metal channel. All right. If you're from Asia, we got an Asian channel. if you're from Germany, I think we got a German channel, right? So we got a lot to offer in there. And of course, we've got our coaches channels. So if by chance you're a member of our Discord and you start having a bad day, check out with one of our coaches. Jump in their channel, ask a question. Not to say that they're always watching it, but maybe they might skim through it and see that there's a question there and they can help you. So, but anyway, cool. We've got stuff for tonight. And Coach Paul, any closing comments here for our friends and traders?
Yes. Develop your trading plan. Understand that discipline comes from following the plan, taking good losses, and having a winning attitude. It will get you there.
Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. I'd like to
Again,
thank
Eddie, always
everybody
a
for
pleasure.
I'd like to thank everybody for being here with us today. And Dan Trader says, Coach Paul, great info as always. See you later at the buzzer.
We'll see you at the buzzer.
At the
Great.
buzzer.
Eddie,
All right.
for 1 second here as well.
All right. Jack is going to pop in here real quick. That's
Really
Jack.
quick. Here are the winners, the random winners from the quiz today. Expect an email later, like this evening. But yep, there they are. Congratulations to Brando Pumpkin and
Brando Pumpkin. Beer Coulisse, Claudine, Demolition Dude, NY Trader, Suresh, Mendabrat, Econ. There we go. Good. What'd they win?
They won. Well, we lost Paul there. They win a free reset. I'll give the code for.
A roast beef sandwich.
Yes, indeed. Well, looks like we lost Paul. Probably time to end this.
What did they win?
A free reset.
All right. Okay. Hey, tune in tomorrow, 8:00. We'll be here. Hogan, myself, we're going to fire up the machine once again. Tomorrow we've got Deanna with us. We have Andre for Talking Shop. We've got a power play interview with Jason Jenkins. Jack's going to be back with the top quiz and then group coaching with the Hogue. Lots going on tomorrow. So have a great evening. Be safe, stay healthy, and we'll catch you tomorrow. Take care.